please access settings and use the audio selection option. Any problems, please contact our viewers hotline. I Ilfra Crwmani at Sioned Dafydd.
Wedi tridiau o gystadlu, mae'r cyfan yn dod lawr I heddi. Mae 4 teitl yn y fantol ac mae'r llwyfan wedi ei osod I weld pwy fydd pencampwyr Ddartiau'r Chwe Gwlad 2026. Am ddrama I ni wedi cael hyd yma ym mhencampwriaeth y Chwe Gwlad ac mae'r act olaf heddiw yn fyw ar S4C.
Mae'r gynta yna. Mae'r ail I mewn a.
Gall dynion Cymru ddilyn cyffroddoi a chyrraedd rownd derfynol y dynion. Yn ei ffordd, mae neb llai na phencampwyr llynedd Lloegr. Mae ffeinal senglau'r menywod hefyd yn frwydr rhwng Cymru a Lloegr. Y Gymraes Rhian O'Sullivan yn gwynebu pencampraig y byd, Ddartiau.
A mae'n di neud ti!
Mae'r Cymro David Davies yn barod wedi blasu buddugoliaeth dros seren ifanc y byd Ddartiau, Mitchell Lawry. Prynhawn mae'r ddau yn gwynebu ei gilydd unwaith eto yn rownd derfynol senglau'r dynion. Mae rownd derfynol tîmoedd y menywod yn gweld pencampwyr y llynedd Lloegr yn gwynebu pencampwyr 2024 Cymru. Am gêm fydd hon. Ac mae'r holl ddrama i'w weld yn fyw ac yn exclusif I chi yma ar S4C. Dyma olwg ar fwydlen y wledd o ddartiau sydd o'n blaenau gan ddechrau gyda rownd cyn derfynol tîmoedd y dynion ac am gêm I ddechrau'r chwarae. Cymru yn erbyn Lloegr. Yna fydd yr iseldiroedd yn herio'r Alban yn yr ail gêm gyn derfynol. Yna'r cynta o'n rowndiau terfynol gan ddechrau gyda honno yn senglau'r menywod rhwng y Gymraes Rhian O'Sullivan a Ddartiau o Loegr. Ac am gêm I gloi chwarae'r dydd, ffeinlau senglau'r dynion gyda Dewin y Ddartiau yn 15 mlwydd oed, Wisox, Mitchell Lawry yn gwynebu'r Cymro David Davies. Pa un fydd yn cael ei goroni'r bencampwyr y Chwe Gwlad, bencampwr y Chwe Gwlad 2026. Bydd ein darllediad wedyn ni yn parhau ar YouTube S4C chwaraeon ac ar BBC iPlayer wedyn ni ar gyfer 2 ffeinal y tîmoedd. Cymru yn erbyn y Darllediad Lloegr yn ffeinal tîmoedd y menywod a wedyn rownd derfynol y dynion a gewn ni weld pwy yn y man fydd yn cystadlu yn honno. Croeso mawr ato ni I Ilfra Cwm ar gyfer diwrnod ola'r cystadlu. Nawr, fe fydd gêm neithiwr rhwng Cymru a'r Alban yn aros yn y cof am sbel. Roedd capten Cymru Mark Challenger lan am yr her. Ieian Holsol yn mynd I bysgota am y Big Fish a David Davies yn sicrhau buddugoliaeth ddramatig. Oedd hon yn dipyn o ornest.
Mae'r gêm prawn ma'n mewn ffordd, hwn yw'r ffeinal. Ni wedi cael dechreuad araf i'r 2 gêm yn y grŵp. So fi'n credu erbyn Lloegr, ni ffili rili ffordd o'i cael dechreuad araf. So mae'n rhaid ni fod ar top yn gêm o'r dechrau.
We're now here in a straight knockout. This is us, this is Wales. It's just from them, you know. So it's, of course, disappointing not to win that last fight, but we just ourselves off and we go again because that's now, it doesn't matter, we're through. It doesn't matter to me now.
It's like a cup final for us. No matter what sport we play the English in, we always want to get an upper hand over them and do our best to get a result.
Mae'r gynta yna. Mae'r ail I mewn a. Tarw coch amdani!
Taking out the big fish, I thought it would put a bit more pressure on the Scottish and think, oh wow, that's I thought it might have changed the game, but fair play to them. They held themselves together and kept going, and we did very well to battle back and luckily get over the line.
with the current title holders, and we're going to do everything we can. I can speak for all 5 of us. We're going to do everything in our power we can to make sure we're going home with that title at the end of tonight. It's our job today to do that.
Fi ddim meddwl popeth yn ei ennill y gêm ma. Fi'n gwybod y rown cyn derfynol yw yn erbyn Lloegr. Nhw yw'r y gwlad cartre yn y gystadleuaeth ma. So, na, bydd i'n meiddi nhw a cael bach o bragging rights yn erbyn nhw. Bydd hwnna'n meddwl lot i ni.
Oedd hi'n dipyn o noson. Gall dynion Cymru cadw'r momentum yma i fynd a sicrhau eu lle nhw yn y rownd derfynol, ond y Darllediad Lloegr sydd yn sefyll yn ei ffordd. A reminder, we do have English language commentary available for this one. We have former world champion Scott Mitchell alongside Henry Deacon. Yn y Gymraeg, mae'r arbenigwr Ddartiau yn cadw cwmni i Gareth Roberts, Dylan Williams a Gareth Roberts, ond yn gyntaf draw ni at meistr y ddefod Jack Gawod.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to finals day of the 2026 Six Nations Cup. Coming to you live on S4C and the BBC iPlayer from the North Devon Resort here in Ilfracombe. We begin with a men's team semi-final. Introducing first, Wales, Gwlad Beaven, Mark Challenger, David Davis, Ian Housel and Liam Meek.
A very good afternoon from the North Devon Resort here in Ilfracombe. It is trophy collection day here, and Wales are looking to pick up the title, bringing it north of the border. Mark Challenger hoping to lead his contenders against the defending champions England. They're involved in that dramatic game yesterday afternoon against Scotland, where David Davis's 104 finish sealed a 13-12 win. That sealed them top spot in their group, their prize, a meeting with England.
And their opponents, England. Jared Cole, Sean Holley, Lloyd Pennell, Carl Wilkinson and Jensen Walker.
England looking to defend the title that they won last year. Jared Cole and Jensen Walker have been two of the key components in this English side. For Cole, for Sean Holley, they were part of the side which beat Wales in the final 13-7 in Merthyr 12 months ago. So for the Welsh, revenge will very much be at the front of their minds. For England, they are looking to move themselves one step closer towards a record-extending 14th title in this competition. So a very good afternoon from Ilfracombe. Scott Mitchell's alongside myself, Henry Deacon here in the commentary box for this first semi-final between England and Wales, two of the most successful teams in this tournament. Wales, twice winners in the men's competition, the last time 2 years ago. Up against an England side who scraped in the end through to the final four. They needed to get to 9 legs against the Netherlands to guarantee of their place. They got the 9 legs, but nothing more. And there was signs of vulnerability within that English team. They had 12-5-0 and 8-4 in that particular match against the Dutch. And first out to bat, it's Gwlad Beaven and Jared Cole. As far as Wales are concerned in this tournament, 2 wins from 2. They topped the group rather comprehensively, beat the Republic of Ireland 13-7 in their opener on Friday night before that dramatic win yesterday against Team Scotland. Probably the game of the tournament so far, aided and abetted by some big finishes. The 170 from Ewan Horsall and the 104 checkout from David Davis to get it wrapped up. And so here we go then to the serious business, to finals day, the day where the trophies will be picked up. And two of the most successful nations across both the disciplines here at the Six Nations Championship get it underway. Wales v England in the first men's semi-final. Scott Mitchell, this should be Sunday.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this. And sometimes this finals day does not always go to the form book of the previous 2 days. Sometimes you'll find that teams have underperformed on the Saturday, and that's kind of given their mojo again for the Sunday.
So the scoreboard on the side of the stage has frozen. So Jared Cole got things started off with a 60. Gwlad Beaven with a 140. Now, the referee's done the perfect thing there to keep those darts in the board to make sure that there's no ambiguity whatsoever. So, as you can see, that scoreboard just to the left of the players is stuck with Gwlad Beaven throwing first. Wales actually got the honour through the weekend's first bull-off. Backstage before we got underway, and we should remind you that because we're into the semi-finals, we will play first to 13. There's no minimum legs requirement, and if it goes all the way to a last leg decider at 12, we will have a bull-off on the stage to see who throws first in the last leg. Now, slight malfunction in terms of the scoreboard, but both players are rather experienced campaigns, particularly Jared Cole, who's played a lot in other competitions where electronic scoreboards are in use. So he's used to these kinds of stoppages and plays, just not ideal right at the beginning of a big semi-final like this.
Yeah, it's quite nerve-wracking opening up a big semi-final. First one back on the screens as well. It's both are experienced. That's the main thing. They both will manage to overcome it, hopefully. But the technical glitch seems to have gone on. Call me old-fashioned. Never used to have this problem with the old chalk, you know, and the blackboard.
Now, you say it's nervy playing in these semi-finals. Does this actually kind of relax things a little bit for the players? The fact that something a little bit farcical's happened, or does it actually add to the nerves when you consider that the first couple of visits haven't been punched into the board?
It does add to the tension for me, I think, particularly because it's first game. A couple of games are gone and then it goes wrong. Kind of how it, you know, you get used to how it is. A referee there, it looks to be all good to go. And there we go, all sorted.
That might be the most delayed 140 call, not just have we seen this weekend, but maybe we've ever seen. But the fact it's 1 leg on, 1 leg off, you don't strike a rhythm anyway, even more so when you have a bit of a delay.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to treat it is to treat it like a practice throw. And in our time when we were playing, we would go up there and only expect to throw 15 darts at maximum. So you go up there and try and make sure you're out in 15 darts in the leg and concentrate on that rather than what your opponent's doing.
Well, Beaven here has 6 or 1-6-1 to get Wales off to the perfect start. That bounce out isn't going to help things, leaves himself a 120. So Cole here will probably be thinking 2 big trebles, leave himself on a 2-darter. Might have an opportunity of stealing this opening leg against the front.
Require 120.
He's unable to do so. So Shanghai to get us underway. Double top. And that gets Wales off to a perfect start. Tub plus checkout was a specialty for Wales en route to victory yesterday against Scotland. They had the 170 of Horall, the 108 of Challenger, and the crucial 104 of David, and now the 120 of Gwlad Beaven to get this semi-final started.
Gives the team a big lift when your opening man goes up. 1 and wins, and 2 so comprehensively.
And so next up, Sean Holly and Mark Challenger to the Oki. And it really did feel like Challenger was the one that led the Welsh charge against Scotland, particularly when there was points when Scotland were just beginning to get on top. He just kept picking up legs, which just kept Welsh hopes interested. Because there was a point where Scotland could have just began to have ran riot in that particular contest. They got off to a really good start, did Team Scotland in that game. They led 6-2. Mark Challenger won a leg to bring it back to 6-3. Won 2 out of 3 legs to get them back to within touching distance. But now on the other side of the coin, he's looking to get a leg win, which will give them an early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Challenger playing Sean Holly, who kind of has been a little bit unlucky at times. There have been times he's thrown 12 brilliant darts, trebles with everyone and not got down to not got a look at a finish, and there's been other times where he's got a look at a finish and it just hasn't gone his way.
140!
I expect big things from Sean today, because that's just not him. Man who plays his county darts for Oxfordshire, under his own admission, has said that he hasn't quite turned up yet.
The point that you were mentioning off air this morning, now, these Six Nations will be competing in the WDF Europe Cup in the autumn in the Faroe Islands, and only 4 players in the men's team could go to that tournament. So yes, you're playing as a team now, but it's also going to be a little bit subconsciously where you're thinking, if I don't perform here, I might not be on that plane.
Correct. That is exactly right, and that's exactly how it works. And there's no given rhyme or reason to who goes. Sometimes we've seen teams that come to the Six Nations change 2 and sometimes 3 of their players and bring them in from the long squads to give somebody else a chance.
England requires
it's very
76.
cutthroat, and it's the toughest team to play for is England with the depth that we have.
Double 16 to level up at 1 apiece.
44 scored, 32 left.
Just went over to ask the referee what was scored and what was left. He can do that. The only thing the referee cannot do is tell him how to take it out.
Wales require 64.
So this for an early 2-0 Welsh lead.
And the mark challenger of yesterday was taking these out for fun, these little pop shots. 16 for tops. He loves double top, and he just gets the 16. No problem with the double top. You have to take your chances against these guys. We are in the semi-finals.
2-0 to Wales.
Moving on to leg number 3.
And I have to say, they have come out with a real air of confidence.
And from England, Lloyd Pennell.
He just went out onto the stage in that walk-on. It just looked locked in, it looked dialed in, it looked focused, where England came out with a real air of enthusiasm. And I'm sure following the first couple of legs, that bubble is just beginning to burst. Next up, David Davies, who could have a very profitable day today. He'll be participating in the men's singles final later on against Mitchell Loy, who you can see in the back of your picture there. Looks like he's enjoying some pre-match fuel. Up against Lloyd Pennell, who is looking to get England's first point on the board this afternoon. In terms of points picked up, he only got the 1 in their 13-9 defeat against the Netherlands last night, and then in the 13-9 win which they got against Northern Ireland in the afternoon was responsible for 2 legs out of 5. So it hasn't been his strongest showing this weekend, and perhaps opposition in this Welsh team don't get any stronger to start than David Davies.
Yeah, agree. He's on the crest of a wave, isn't he? He came in probably not playing quite so well, but then doing things like winning those last leg deciders. Your confidence then goes sky high. You start feeling unbeatable. He's also in the singles final. So he's had a good weekend so far, and he won't want it to end with his team here in the team game.
$100.
Solid ton, leaves Davis on a finish. However, a couple of triples really gives him the impetus. Second 180 in as many legs for Wales. And that leaves David Davies on 87 after just 9 darts thrown. Potential 11 darter.
162. Wales require 87.
20 for the bullseye. Double 5 for free zip.
77. England require 140.
So 140 here for Pennell. It's not going to go on this occasion, so David Davies will get another opportunity to begin to give Wales a little bit of daylight early on in this contest.
80. Wales require 10.
Double 5 it is.
Give
Double 5 it's got. And that is a 13 darter for David Davies. Wales are 3-0 up. And just like last night, England have got off to the worst possible start. They were 5-0 down early on in their game against the Netherlands. They find themselves 3 adrift early on here. And just like last night, the captain, Carl Wilkinson, is put out to bat in a position where if he loses this rubber, England may be beginning to sink in the quicksand.
Yeah, and the other thing for Wilkinson, he does have the darts, so that is a slight advantage. Jensen Walker comes on next to complete the little section of 5, and then Wilkinson comes straight back on with the darts again. So Wilkinson has a big part to play if England are going to get back into this match over the next 3 legs.
Just tell us the pressure that Carl Wilkinson will find himself in this situation, not just as a skipper, but as a player. Your team's 3 down, and the first time you have an opportunity to influence things, you feel like you have to win, otherwise you might find yourself in a bit of a dire strait.
Well, you know coming in that with the team being 3-0 up, that you're in problems. You know you've got to put a really good leg in because the momentum at the moment is all with the Welsh. So you know that you've got to go in there. It's got to be a 12 or 15 dart leg firstly. If it goes over that and you get a dart a double, you have to hit it. So secondly, you're thinking that. You're also thinking that as a captain, it's your job to, that's why you're the more experienced player. You're supposed to lead the line with the others. So yeah, there's enough pressure on you, and plus you've got the darts as well. So everything's saying you should do it, and your mind gets a little bit nervy, and there's a possibility you don't, and if you don't, it feels like a disaster.
34.
Well, there's a little bit of an opening there for Carl Wilkinson, which he was unable to take. Luckily for him, Forshaw hasn't quite found his scoring boots up to press.
$41.
Just 70 points from 2 visits. He's still in front, but only just. I know he's behind by 20, so needs to find the big trebles.
135.
And that's exactly what the doctor ordered and his team needed.
So this
59
to get England off the mark.
96.
Well, them 3 have done their job so far. So unable to locate the treble 20, which would have given him a poker double 8.
43.
It's a tall order, but we did see
154.
Forsell take out the big fish yesterday.
Yeah, we know this is well within his range, don't we? 154. He was going downstairs in the 2 treble 19s route. And then he was trying to hit the 25 and then 50. Back to 20 to take the odd 4 off the end and leave himself 90.
Well, darts at a double have been at a premium for England so far. But Carl Wilkinson only needed the 1 dart there to get England back into this contest. The deficit reduced back down to 2. 3-1 as Jensen Walker and Liam Meek enter the fray for the first time in this semi-final.
And from England, Jensen Walker.
Jensen Walker is the X-Factor player in this England team. And it was interesting watching him in that game against the Netherlands last night where things didn't go well for the English side. But one thing he was able to do was add a bit of pep in the step. And it felt like that leg win against Johan Brouwer, where we're getting to the point where England needed to pick up legs just to get through to the semi-finals. That just lit a spark, lit a fuse in that team to get them to that tally of 9 that they needed to qualify through to the semi-final. In fact, when England went on that spell of winning 5 out of 6 legs, Jensen Walker was responsible for 2 of them.
5th leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Again, he's up against the throw here, but that all will depend on how it feels on what Liam Meek does here. And Liam Meek only opens with 45. Jensen's all over that. This is a brilliant start.
139.
He was a standout player yesterday for England in that Netherlands game for me. doing all the right things in all the right time. And he really did sort of nurture, along with Carl Wilkinson yesterday, the fact that they made the semi-finals.
And I thought he showed a lot of maturity as well when he was involved in that leg against Johan Brow, which was just beginning to get a little bit touchy, a little bit heated.
46.
Just decided not to get involved with what could have been a little bit of a sideshow.
120.
It could have been, but I think Jensen's defence there, I think Johan was trying to bully the situation, and he bounces off that exuberance to make him play, but Jensen was having none of it and showed his maturity again in that game yesterday.
83.
74 left to reduce the arrears back down to 3-2. Now that is touching. Now
40.
It's not touching. Now it has to. The point has to penetrate the dart. Now Liam Meek thought that touch. Now from our angle, it looks as if it might have, but if it didn't touch, it doesn't count. 20 for double top to reduce it back down to 3-2.
54.
Now it's ineffective to the extent of the 60 points wouldn't have left Liam Meek on a finish. However, now needs a treble to do so again. I don't think he's too happy with that call a couple of moments ago.
Well, I'm going to say to you something here. It was a Welsh player and a Welsh referee. If that was anywhere near touching, that'd have been touching. It's Jensen Walker that takes it out, gets the team back to 3-2, gives a signal back to the team. Come on, we're still in this. So good stuff from Jensen Walker. Disastrous start for England, going 3-0 down. Taking now back to 3-2.
Jensen Walker, just like yesterday, trying to get his team going. And so Carl Wilkinson, who got the first point a couple of legs ago, is looking to get his side back on terms and 3-0 down against David Davies, who picked up the last Welsh point in leg 3 when he got the better of Lloyd Pennell.
Sick flag, it's England the front first. Game on.
Semi-final, Scott. Early stages I get, but it's brewing up rather nicely.
Yeah, indeed. And I said, you know, the games can be very different to yesterday. You know, players have time to take stock overnight and have a think about how it went for them, and it's not gone quite right for you, then you sit yourself around the players that it has gone right with, and you try and take their positivity, and because you're a team, they'll give you that positivity. If it was an individual event and you were all sat around that table, they're not going to help you, because obviously you're pinching money out of their pocket if they do help you. So it's a very different situation when you're playing in a team circumstance like this.
135.
And I think David Davies' solidity is such a key component in this Welsh team.
60.
Because you know he'll probably get a treble of his, and if he doesn't, he'll rectify it by hitting a 140 or something.
Yeah, very much so. And people say, well, where does it go from here? You know, international darts, what does it mean? Well, almost on this very weekend last year, Tom Sykes was here playing for England, winning the Six Nations Cup with England, picking up player of the tournament. Where is he this weekend, Henry? Tom Sykes? He's over on the European Tour and just made the semi-finals, I believe, winning his quarter-final match this morning. So that goes to show that this still has relevance for moving on in the game, for progressing on further. There's no finer example of that which I've just stated.
Down for treble 17, unable to get the PDC European Tour, which is part of the professional circuit. Tom Sykes got his 94 tour card this year at qualifying tour, or qualifying school, shall I say. That's not here this weekend because being a tour card holder, he's ineligible to play in the England team.
65. England, you require 57.
So Carl Wilkinson, that's a real big, important part to play here. And the skipper's done his job. He really has done his job. He's come out and played 2 of those first 6 games, jumped all over it, and got his team back in the tie. It's now 3 on the trot to England, and it's Wales who may be starting to think about hitting the panic button.
Well, now Ewan Horsall has to try and get them going again. Carl Wilkinson has won 2 of the last 3 legs for England. From 3-0 down, they're back on level terms. And so it's the 2 whippersnappers who have an opportunity to put their nation in front after 7 legs. As we head through, I suppose, near enough the first third of this contest. Give or take.
140. 135.
Yeah, these guys being young pups of the team, they'll be not thinking anything other than win, win, win. There'll be no naughtiness going on. It'll be just 2 relatively inexperienced players just going at it hammer and tongs.
Well, in comparison to some of the legs we've seen this weekend, it very much has the feel of blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, absolutely.
41.
These 2 will have a leg done before your kettle's even boiled, so sit tight and hold in with us.
Does really well to find a way above and leave himself first to a finish. 120 left after 12.
59. Wales will require 120.
Does leave himself on a finish. The finish that also took out, yes, they've already seen a 120 in this game from Beaven. And here Horall's done exactly the same. It's got the Welsh Rot. They find themselves 4-3 to the good. And he is fired up. Wales in front again by 4 legs to 3. Let's hear from Ewan Horall then. He's a Shonet.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Gareth. Well, Ieuan, how are you feeling after that one? You guys had a really good start. England, they're coming after you, but that feels like an important leg, an important win.
It felt that leg meant a lot, not just for my own boost after that first leg, but like to put ourselves back in front. We're doing well and hope to continue our form.
Absolutely. What's the messaging been from the boss? I can see him with his piece of paper. He had a quick word with you just before you stood up for your first leg. What did he tell you?
It's just like another game of Super League or just a game of darts down the pub. Just go up there and do what you can do normally. I'm the type of person that do like occasionally put too much pressure on myself, and sometimes I need to relax just that little bit more to show what I can really do.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I'll let you go and relax. Thank you very much. Diolch.
Diolch.
So Wales put themselves in front 4-3, courtesy of another ton plus finish from Ewan Horall. He took out that big fish yesterday, and he's taken out their second 120 checkout of the contest, because Beaven hit that against the man who's coming to the stage now for England, Jared Cole. Both players looking to get their first legs off the board in this contest, because Liam Meek himself was defeated by Jensen Walker. Well, that was some way to stop the rot, wasn't it, Scott, that 120 from Ewan?
Yeah, really nice. And what the young man did also was made sure he hit nice and high in the 20. It did stray into the double top, but as a miss, it was a good miss, leaving him double 10. Statistically, the best double for a left-hander double 10 on that side of the board, and he showed the young man why he hit it with his first dart.
60.
Jared Cole with the throw here, and it feels pivotal he holds, because if Liam Meek can get the break here, Beaven will have an opportunity with the darts in hand to move 6-3 in front. And as we head towards the end of the second cycle of legs, Wales would have re-established that 3-leg buffer again.
100.
May look at the 18s here. Well, persevere there. Has to be careful.
174.
Well, you don't have to be careful if you fill it up. 174 leads 131. If you hit 140 there, would have left himself on a bogey. Jared Cole finds England first 180 of the game.
131.
difference between 131 and 130
England to require
is
100.
Jericho can afford a miss. Because that single 20 leaves the bullseye.
105. Wales to require 90.
Which could be the target. Liam Meek is about to leave. Well, the treble leads double five, and he gets the double five. Two brilliant back-to-back finishes for Wales. Sees them go 2 in front again.
Yeah, really good stuff from Liam Meek. Right under the cosh with Jared Cole hitting the 180 and then missing the bullseye. Nearly did 310 in 6 starts, Jared Cole. But classy from Liam Meek. Bouncing back from his loss in his first game to Jensen Walker, and you can see what it means to the team. The belief starts to come when those big moments come and you start hitting them. You can believe you can do them every time you go to the board.
And it feels like there's not much England can do about this barrage.
No, they're not playing badly at all. It's just they're being outplayed by the Welsh at the moment.
Game on.
Oh, Wilkinson kind of single-handedly got England back in the game where he had 2 games in 3 matches and won the both, and then Jensen winning in between them against the throw. So, but now it seems like Wales found their mojo again, and they're trying to set the stall out again and get themselves a lead.
Well, just looking at the legs that Wales have won in this game, 15, 15, 13 to put themselves 3-0 to the good, and then back-to-back 15s to get them back in front 5-3. That Beaven's first 180 of the game. It's 3-1 to Wales in the maximum department so far.
100.
And on a finish after 9, Holly needs a treble. And needs it with dart 3, unable 55. To get it.
Wales require 123.
So Wales has 6 darts to move themselves 6-3 to the good. Now, because Holly wasn't on 206, he decided to head upstairs as opposed to downstairs because he didn't have to chase the bullseye with that particular attempt.
60.
And this 38, he'll make a decision now on what Sean Holly is left on. Gone straight at it. Nicely done. 3 on the trot for Wales, and England need to bounce back quickly.
Well, Cloud Beaven has won legs in 15 and now 13 darts in this contest. This is world class from this Welsh team. 6-3 they lead. Both teams averaging around 89 and change. That's mainly because of that little Welsh drop-off, which is the reason why they're only averaging 89.
Yeah, and like I said about no 2 days being the same, Clew Beaven against Scotland was struggling to win a game, and he in fact only won 1 game out of his 5 against Scotland. You see him this morning, he's had 28 darts and won 2 legs of them, at, you know, an average of 14 darts a leg. So no 2 days are the same. He's 2 from 2 today.
10th flag is England to throw first. Game on.
And now Lloyd Pennell really is under pressure. He has to deliver this point for England, doesn't he, Scott?
You feel he does. He has to take advantage of having the throw. Started really well in the first game yesterday for England against Northern Ireland, I think, and he didn't quite have the same game in his second game. So hopefully he's got his positive mindset on board, and the bigger the challenge, or the bigger the challenger, the easier it is to beat them.
And to put into layman's terms what we're meaning about what Wales are doing in terms of winning legs in 5 visits.
140.
It means if you're against the throw, you're gonna have to win in 12 darts or fewer.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying at the start, where you come to these semi-finals and finals, and you have to win them in 15. If it goes over that, you're in the lap of the gods, really, because everybody steps up. It's a semi-final now. It's not the group stages. It's not the floor show. It's the show now. So you have to play your best darts. You can't be thinking of yourself. You can't be thinking of anything else. You'll be thinking of your team, thinking of looking at red bits and hitting them with every dart you've got in your hand.
36.
Well, the back-to-back 140s has bought Lloyd Pennell a little bit of time, because even with a 180, challenger cannot lead himself on a finish. So he is going to get at least 6 darts to set things up.
100.
To reduce the gap to 2 following the second cycle of legs in this first semi-final. Netherlands and Scotland to come after this one's concluded.
100.
85 left after 12. And England could find themselves with a 5 is a leg of their own.
134. England, you require.
So far, this game has
85.
been played in spells. Wales have won 3, followed by an England 3, followed by another Welsh 3.
And it was vital that he hit the big number there. If you're going to go that way, you have to hit the big number. He's missed the big number. Now he's got to find a treble. He could have had 2 big singles and a dart at the ball to win the leg. He's missed that treble now. So where's he going? Goes across to the treble trend.
Wales, you require
Leaves himself 36, but now he's in the lap of the gods. We know that these sorts of shots have been going for the Welsh in the last 2 days.
Treble 18 and Bull. Bullseye. For what would have been a third tub flush checkout of the game. And he scraped the wire with the bullseye there. To reduce the gap back down to 2 again. And that is exactly what happens. It feels like this game is being played in a pattern. Wales won 3, England won 3, and that mini passage there for the Welsh has been stopped at 3 as well. And so that is the end of the second cycle of legs. Wales lead England by 6 legs to 4. But the problem is, even though England are in touch, it feels like they're constantly chasing this game.
They are, because they keep finding themselves trailing, and sometimes when you play in these games and you get it back to level pegging, you then go, we're back in the game, and then you lack a concentration and it gets away from you again. To be fair, we saw Wales do this yesterday. Scotland do that yesterday, where they got away from Wales by 4 legs on 2 occasions, and Wales pegged them back. You can't defend, you've got to attack every leg.
Liam Meek's first 180 of the game. Closely followed by Sean Holly's first maximum. What a leg this is. And actually, Sean Holly may have to hit a 9 to win this leg.
121.
He desperately wanted it, went 5 in. Liam Meek has left himself on for a potential 11 darter. Ton 80, ton 3-4, ton 3-1.
Wales require 56.
This to go free clear once again. Double top. 7-4. And Wales are at the halfway point. 7 legs won, just 6 more needed to progress through to the final. What a leg that was. Liam Meek, an 11 darter. Best of the game so far. When they're ticking, they are ticking this team. They are throwing everything at the defending champions. And at this present moment in time, they're trying to find the answers, but they just can't. And again, Lloyd Pennell in a pivotal situation. Couple of legs to go. Has to get the better of Mark Challenger to stop the gap being extended to 4. He's in exactly the same situation here against Cloud Beaven.
45.
Well, got away with a poor start there, didn't he, Pennell? Now has to hit, because you know that Beaven more than likely will. Feeling it, isn't he? You can see he's feeling the pressure.
$28.
And surely Beaven has to be smelling blood.
140.
Ton 40 sees him overturn the throw.
Real contrast in styles between these two. One's going round like a racehorse, and the other one's more similar to a cart horse.
As you can see, 7 maximums in this game, 4-3 in favour of Wales. But we look a lot at the 180 hitting, but actually the amount of 2 treble turns that Wales keep finding is the reason why they're leaving themselves on handy numbers after 9 and 12, and part of the reason why, when you add in their excellent finishing, why they're continually completing legs in 5 visits.
Yeah, absolutely. Good visit there. Lloyd Pennell the same, but leaves him on a bogey, and Beaven returns the favour. The double treble visit of his own. Treble 17 will be the shot here, and he hits it. Really good stuff from Lloyd Pennell.
Treble 18 would have left the ball. So Lloyd Pennell to reduce the gap back down to 7-5. Good recovery in this leg after a poor couple of turns to start. And he finds a double 16, and England are back in touch. It's back to 7-5. So Al Beaven had an opportunity to extend the gap to 4, but for the second time, Lloyd Pennell reduces the deficit to 2. Let's hear from him with Shonett. He is a very happy man. He's reduced the gap back down to 7-5. Challenger and Wilkinson involved in a very big leg here, because if Wilkie can win this, England are back 2 within 1, and they would have the darts in the next leg. Jensen Walker would have the darts in the next leg against David Davies to level up at 7 apiece.
Yes, a captain against captain scenario here, but you feel it's probably a must-win for the England captain. He has a couple of wins under his belt so far. Both of those legs he had the darts.
All of a sudden, if Wilkinson wins this leg, the pressure goes the other way, doesn't it? England have got the ascendancy once more, and this seesaw contest is just beginning for the first time to really tilt in the direction of the defending champions.
$140.
Steady ton, but still, Challenger has the ascendancy on throw. 6 on 220 to move 8-5 up.
100.
Really good visit from Challenger, because Wilkinson's running out of time. Needs a treble here. If he could get a second, it would be dreamland.
100.
At least it's there on 120. 120 has gone a couple of occasions this match so far, both times to the Welsh, ironically.
Bevan's hit one. Horsall has hit one. Mark Challenger almost did so himself.
England, you require 120.
Can Carl Wilkinson at the 120 in the first one of the match. 2. The English, no, drops down.
32.
And makes a mistake with the last as well.
40.
So double top to move 8-5 to the goods. Double 10. Last darts, and they're the ones sometimes that hurt the most. And so Jensen Walker is now out to bat to try and keep England in this contest. They keep getting themselves back to within reach of Team England, but every single time they get to within a couple of legs, Wales are able to re-establish that cushion, to get that bit of daylight.
Going leg for leg the game at the moment, isn't it? Whoever's on throw seems to be holding. So that makes that little mini run that the Welsh had so important. Just after game 5, 5, 6 and 7. Well, he reeled 3 off on the trot. Sorry, 7, 8 and 9. They reeled 3 off on the trot.
14 flag, it's England to throw first.
They're sort of holding on to that lead from that little mini sort of surge that they had.
100.
Big moments in this game. Leg 14.
100.
It's an ultimate leg of the third cycle. And the two, I suppose, big hitters in
59.
their respective squads. David Davies with what he's done over the course of the last year or so. Now that's lovely to see, isn't it? Good camaraderie between Mark Challenger and Carl Wilkinson. They're playing in a big semi-final, but yet have the time to acknowledge what each other have done in this contest so far. Well, whatever happened, Davies had the guarantee of 6, because Walker left himself a free fall 2.
Not too long ago, you know, you'd got told off for fraternising with the enemy during the game.
Would that be during your regime?
No, before me. It was so common as it is now, but the guys are spending a lot more time together now at tournaments and everything else, so the camaraderie between them is a lot more than it was back 10 or 12 years ago.
Both players on big finishes. Triple 17 for the bullseye. Bullseye for the 161. Not far away. But Jensen Walker himself is a big task of the 155. He's not going to get either.
60. Wales require
That is so
25.
unlucky from Walker there. 3 really nice darts thrown. All about Davies.
Wales keep moving 3 clear, but they cannot get 4 in front.
9.
And David Davies hasn't done so there.
England, you require 95.
To bring it back to 2 again. Goes 25 first to guarantee a dart at the bullseye, and he's got a beautiful marker.
70. Wales
Nearly a
require
beautiful dart,
16.
wasn't it? Really great attempt from Jensen Walker.
David Davies finds double 8, and he's got that elusive 4-leg lead that Wales have been craving all game. Wales 9, England 5. David Davies with a big point, a big leg, and we can hear from him now.
Diolch, Gareth. David, it's a bit tense, isn't it? It's tense for us anyway. How does it feel up there on the stage?
Fine.
Fine. Okay.
No, it's definitely not. No, it's a tough it's a tough ask, but yeah, we're plugging game by game, and yeah, we're still ahead. So let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. A 4-leg lead now. Just broke Jensen's throw as well. That felt like a big moment for Wales.
A breaker throw is huge, but every leg is so important. Yes, we have got a 4-game lead, a 4-leg lead, but we've also been 4 legs behind, so we know it's not over, and there's plenty more to go.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, David. I'll let you go. Thank you very much,
Brilliant,
Diolch.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to hear David Davies there, and actually a really good point that should have made in that interview there, because Ewan Horsell is going to have the darts here to move Wales 5 legs clear, and if they move 5 legs clear here, they'll only need 3 more to make it through to the final. And it goes to that adage that we spoke about yesterday, where a lot of players, particularly in these longer games, will look at the perspective of you want to get yourself further in front of your opponent than where you are in terms of the finishing line.
Well, it gives you room, doesn't it? It gives you room for error. England are in a situation now where there's no room for error. Errors can't happen. They've got to get themselves back into this as quickly as they can. But they're taking on a young man in Ewan, who is, we've just watched him walk on. He's top of the world. He's bouncing up through that walk on. He can't wait to get on there. It's the best thing that's ever happened to him. He's grasping the moment and enjoying the moment. And while you're feeling confident and while you're loving the moment, makes you a very difficult player to overturn.
But Jericho, you can just see it in his facial expressions. Looks like a man under the utmost pressure right now. He looks under it.
You put enough pressure on yourself to win your own game, but it gets heightened when your team gets behind, and there's been the odd dart at the double that has gone begging.
96.
And it's really cruel to say that that's been the difference, but we've had some top finishing. A couple of 120 finishes, some 90 finishes, some 64 finishes from the Welsh, and they're going out in one dart, and that produces momentum and confidence, and England have not been yet able to produce that.
Well, of Wales's 9 legs that they've accrued in this contest, only 2 of them, and the last 2 have been above that 15 dart range.
132.
There's a possibility that Trent could continue here, but you'd have to take out the 128.
58.
Which he's not going to be forced to
128.
complete with this particular turn. Doesn't have to chase the treble 20 and ball if he doesn't want to. But the way he's been finishing on the smallest target of the board, I reckon he would have.
Those first 2 darts, they are so close to the treble 20 that Jared Cole, when they left his hand, he felt that they were going there. It's Halsall now, double top for the young left-hander. I think that'd have been better to have stood in and slid under. But he's going to prove me wrong, isn't he? Exactly right, he's going to prove me wrong. Brilliant stuff from the young man. Wales take a 5-point lead over England now. Surely that's enough for them to hold on to.
They have got a massive cushion to protect, and now England have got a big job to try and get themselves back into this contest. Challenger and Walker next to the Oki, and their X-Factor player, Jensen Walker, the interceptor, has to intercept this barrage of Welsh brilliance. 3 on the spin again from them. Challenger, Davis, Horshall, all picking up their respective legs.
16 flag,
10-5
to throw first. Game
as
on.
we enter cycle number 4 of legs. And this young man is going to have to step up to the mark here for England.
140.
Is it fair to say that lose this leg, get broken again, 11-5 with the darts to make it 12-5, that England could
43.
well be right on the cusp?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. This is vital, even to go back to 4 behind. But he's playing the man in the form of the Welsh captain, sorry, and he is looking very good indeed and doing a job for his team.
84.
Your mental strength tells you that if you can win 3 of your 5 games and all 5 of you do that, you win the game.
95.
And that's what you go up as an individual player thinking, I need to win 3 of my 5 matches.
So 170 here.
45.
Now Jensen Walker doesn't have to go for it, but because of the size of the lead, he might go for it anyway if he had got the 2 treble 20s. He's looking at a couple of treble 19s and 150 left to leave himself double 18 upon his return. We'll come back for 112, making just the 1 big treble to give himself a poke at a double and to bring England back to within 4.
140. England, you require 112.
Treble 20. Would have left double 16.
88.
So double 12. To bring it back to 10-6.
59. England, you require 24.
To give him some kind of hope in this game. But he's busted the score, he's hit the double 13.
Wales, you require 130.
We've seen a couple of 120s. If the 130 goes, this really would be a dagger into English hearts.
Yeah, this would really, really hurt. Takes his time. Had to stay straight. So, Jensen will be back.
43.
Try and
England, you require
reduce the deficit for England.
2 trolls. Makes it 10-6. England are just about still in this contest, but my word, they got work to do. They're hoping that's the beginning of another big push for the defending champion. Jensen Walker makes it 10-6. We can hear from him now with Shonett.
Well, Jensen, after losing your last leg, you reacted in the best way possible there with that win over Mark Challenger.
Yeah, it's one leg of darts. You know, anything can happen. You can win some, you can lose some, and I've lost some and I've won some today so far. You know, all that's important is the boys stick together and we keep going. Yeah,
sticking together. You've reduced the lead to 4 between you and Wales now. You know, what's going to be key going forward for England? Sticking together. So it's important. We've all prepped well, we've all stuck together, and from that point onwards, that's all we can do. We can stick together, and what will be will be. It's one leg of darts, it's a coin flip. Absolutely. Jensen, Diolch, thank you. Thank you.
Well, Jensen Walker is seemingly the player that is keeping England within reach in this game. And sometimes when you are in a sticky spot, you need a player who steps up to the mark. He's done exactly that. But now it's Jared Cole who is trying to claw it back to 10-7. David Davies does have the darts in this leg, and he's keeping Jared Cole rating here. Davies has been rock solid in this game, hasn't he? He's had a 13-darter in this match so far. That was in his opening leg against Lloyd Pennell. Lost to Carl Wilkinson in his second rubber before then responding with a leg win against Jensen Walker. As for Jared Cole so far in this game, lost the opening leg to Beaven, his second leg to Liam Meek, and Ewan Horsell. So yet to get on the board is the king of the castle. There's no better time than the present to try and change that particular fact.
Yeah, very much so, but the task is going to be tough. David Davies is having a good weekend so far. Team playing well. He's in the singles final. Feeling doesn't get much better than that on the weekend, I can tell you.
I'd be disappointed because Jared's the type of player that likes to follow the first dart, particularly if it hits the treble. At his best, he's one of the biggest power scorers on this side of the sport. But that's probably been the one thing over the course of the last 18 months or so which has really lacked, which is why we've seen a little bit of dip in form, a little bit of a dip in terms of performance. Which is why we're not seeing him at the tail end of tournaments that we've come to expect of him. Particularly as a promising youth player coming through the system.
Well, he's had a couple of visits there and now kind of turned the throw and put the pressure back on David Davies. He's on 169, so Jared will get 6 at this 167 from here. That's good to kind of almost halve the score. Davies here has a chance to pile the pressure on Jared Cole.
97. England require 85.
To forget that back to within 3. Bullseye.
60.
He's not there, and so this to move Wales to within 2.
Once again, he's not a million miles away, Cole. It's just not dropping for him.
20 leaves double 20. And Toms has got. And David Davies puts Wales within 2 of the final and to within 2 legs of dumping out the defending champions England.
Now move on to the 18th flag. Please welcome Manchester Wales, Ian also.
Well, we mentioned margins of error in these long games. If you're England, you've got to try and keep Wales on 11 for as long as possible, haven't you? But at least then you've got a little bit of room to manoeuvre. Not much, but at least you're not on 12, where one mistake could be the final mistake.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. You're exactly right. That is how it starts to feel, but those 72 shot out go when you're a few legs in front. As we saw with Jared Cole, the 85 didn't by the width of a wire. And that's the luck that you get when you're trailing.
120.
Just sometimes doesn't go for you. Best to be in front and be the front runners, because the momentum goes with you and you feel that nothing can go wrong. The team feel confident, the players feel confident, they do things that they wouldn't usually do.
Well, for Horsell, that's the first 180 of the match.
93. $60. $58.
So that 58 has left Wales on 170. Sean Holly 220. Sun leads himself on Shanghai. I've seen that a few times. But we've seen Horall take out the big fish. Did it yesterday against Scotland. Cannot repeat the trick here.
96.
He's also had a 120 this weekend. Sean Holly is looking for that here to bring it back to 11-7. Doesn't get. And so this 74 to put Wales to within a leg of the Six Nations final. It's double top. It's there for Horall. Wales are to within a leg of the Six Nations final. England's title defence is hanging on by the thinnest of all threads.
Moving on to
and Cloud Beaven here has the darts to send his nation into the big one, into the final, and with an opportunity to pick up only their third title in the men's competition.
Going back to what I said just in the previous leg, those shots go when your team is in front. You don't quite manage to go when the team is behind. These are the days you find out about yourself as a player, and Lee Beaven here has a chance to take Wales back to a Six Nations Cup final.
19 flag, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Well, Carl Wilkinson, the England captain, has the ultimate responsibility to keep his team in the contest. So that's not going to help. Beaven's second 180 of this game.
And I will go back to what I said at the start of the game. Beaven yesterday struggled for wins, didn't he? But today, it's a different story. He's having no problem whatsoever. No 2 days are the same in darts. He wasn't downbeat yesterday. He said, I was just a bit unlucky yesterday, and that's how you have to be. There's enough people out there that will apply pressure on you without you doing it to yourself.
6 darts for a place in the final.
140
is left. Cloud Beaven on 85 after 9. What a leg this is.
136.
England's are 13-time winners of this competition. They won this title last year. But Cloud Beaven is looking at double 9 to end that title defence and to send Wales into the final. What a performance that was from the Welsh darting wizards. They led the game 3-0 and 6-3 thanks to a barrage of brilliant legs, of brilliant scoring and brilliant finishing early on. A couple of 120 checkouts gave them a big lead early on. England forever chasing. They got back to within a couple, but they could never get close. It finished Wales 13, England 6, and Wales are in to the Six Nations final. And that is what it means to the team. They're one game away from their third title in this competition. Let's hear from Team Wales. They are with Sionette.
Wel, am fuddugoliaeth oedd honna I dîm dynion Cymru, a mae pob un ohonyn nhw yn cadw cwmni fyna. You look like a lovely male voice choir, guys. Llawn o'i ddechrau gyda ti. Ti gath y cymal olaf holl bwysig yna. Ges ti'r dechreuad perffaith yn bwrw'r 180 yna. Oedd e jyst fa bod yr hyder yn llifo trwyddo ti. O ti'n gwybod bod rhaid I ti wneud y job?
Ie, o'n i'n gwybod hwnna oedd y cymal I fynd ni trwyddo'r ffeinal, ond o'n i'n trial dim rhaid gomod o bwysig arni, o'n i'n gwybod bod ni 26 ar y blaen, ond o'n i'n trial gweithio na'n just get the job done early, fe mae boys yn gweud, a just, on yeah, over the moon.
And Liam, you got off to that really, really good start. England then, they did manage to crawl their way back into it. What do you think changed going on?
What changed for us is we actually went out in front for a change because we like to give the opposition 4 legs to start before we turn up. But no, when we go in front, all of them are lovely guys, but I just didn't see no other outcome than a Welsh win.
Absolutely. David, the fact that you've beaten the holders, they're here to defend their title, but it's you guys going through to that final now.
Yeah, but not going to do it this year, are they? Sorry. But no, it's a fantastic game, and I wish them all the best on the travels home.
I don't think you've got many friends here this weekend,
No,
David.
it's fine.
Caught in
I've got 40, that's all I
absolute Mark, the captain, I'll come to you next. I know we spoke yesterday about just the incredible bond that you've all got, but how proud are you of the performance and what every single player delivered up on that hockey this afternoon?
Well, every leg we all turned up today. Well, I had one off leg, but
well, you've only lost 2 all weekend, so that's
Three.
fine. Three. Thank you. It's still okay.
You're
Still okay.
No, I'm just proud of the boys. We just, like I said yesterday, get off to a good start today now. And I knew when we were in front, yeah, they came back, but I knew we'd push on. And Liam turned up today.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say it. I was waiting.
Yeah, and our commentators, they were actually wondering what you had for breakfast this morning, because you all got off to such a flying start. So you had your Weetabix, didn't you?
Honest answer, yeah.
What did you have?
A load of hash browns.
Hash browns before the final?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Or a big fish, maybe?
Oh, potentially.
Potentially. So, just yn ola, rownd derfynol I ddod nawr, ni'n mynd I ddarganfod yn y man os taw'r Alban neu'r Iseldiroedd bydd yn gwynebu chi. Os, preference dy ti o ran pwy byddwch chi'n licio gwynebu?
Sa'n gred nid, y ffordd mae 5 ni wedi chwarae pnaw yma, lle ni cymryd unrhyw un lan, so na, just gobeithio eith y gêm yn nesa'n hir iawn yn bod y boes i gyd wedi blino, a wedyn, gwni albeth i bydd yn y ffeinal.
Yn bendant, well, boys, I ni ffili aros. We cannot wait to see you in that final. I'll let you go and have a bit of a break, have a couple of hash browns, maybe, yeah. But guys, thank you very much. We will see you later on in the final. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch.
A fel ni'n gallu gweld fan hyn, tîm dynion yr Alban yn ymarfer yn y cefen, a wedyn ni'r Iseldiroedd. Pwy fydd gwrthwynebwyr Cymru yn y rownd derfynol? Y gêm yna fydd nesaf. Dewch nôl ato ni ar ôl yr egwyl. Croeso nôl ato ni ac roedd na le yn y rownd derfynol yn y fantol a boes bach nath dynion Cymru droi lan. Nath y dreigiau dechrau ar dan gyda'r dechreuad perffaith posib a'r dorf ar dan hefyd ac o'n nhw'n wynebu'r deiliaid Lloegr. Meek tipyn o berfformiad ganddo fe a wedyn i Llew Beaven yn sicrhau'r fuddugoliaeth a dynion Cymru fydd yn ware yn y rownd derfynol heno yma. A'r cwestiwn mawr nawr yw pwy fydd yn ymuno â nhw. Dyfe pencampwyr Pryden yr Alban neu'r Isel Diroedd. Mae'r Ddartiau yn barod i hedfan fan hyn. Nôl â ni nawr at meistr y ddefod.
Welcome back to the 2026 Six Nations Cup. Coming to you live on S4C and the BBC iPlayer from the North Devon Resort in Ilfracombe. Time now for our second men's semi-final. Introducing first, the Netherlands. Barry van Peer, Mark Vleckert, Johan Brouwer, Michael Nukta and Danny van Troy.
Well, this Dutch team have been rather difficult to work out so far in these Six Nations because what went so wrong in a 13-10 defeat to the Netherlands went so right in a 13-9 win against England last night where they raced into 5-0 and 8-4 lead and they were able to hang on to it. They're a team that play with spirit, a team that play with fire and passion. And against the Granite Scots, it could be a game to really relish those tungsten taste buds.
And their opponents, Scotland. Jamie Bain, Scott Campbell, Davy Kerwin, Mitchell Laurie and Scott Robertson.
As for the Scottish team, they were involved in that thrilling game against Wales yesterday in Group 1 where they lost out Kurt to that 104 chenger from David, but they beat the Republic of Ireland 13-9 in their opener. They've got the special protege, the special young talent that is Mitchell Laurie, who is very much the key talisman in the side. But the man at the back of your picture, the captain, Scott Campbell, he is the one that knits this granite unit very much together. And just like the front of the darts, he takes his time walking onto the stage. And I get the sense this could be a semi-final where actually the captains and the managers could very much come into play. Because these are two completely different types of teams going head-to-head here. The Netherlands, as we've seen in that game against England, the likes of Johan Brouwer, Barry van Peer, Danny van Troy, they're not backwards in coming forwards. As for Scotland, you've got characters like Davy Kerr and Scott Campbell et al. They might be mild-mannered, but if you poke the hornet's nest, you're going to find out one or two answers about what they're capable of as well. This could potentially be quite a fiery semi-final clash, Scott.
Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. I would think, like you say, the Dutch seem to be a bit of famine and feast side this time around, but they are lacking in experience, and the only experience of this type of thing that two of their team have was yesterday, and they experienced both sides of it very quickly. I thought they were exceptional against England yesterday. They were taking shots out when they needed to take shots out, got themselves a couple in front when they needed to get themselves a couple in front, and actually front run and held the lead comfortably. Didn't really look too troubled by England yesterday. So it'd be interesting to see. They're going to be under more pressure this time against Scotland. It'd be interesting to see how they handle it.
Well, Barry van Peer gets things going for the Netherlands. Got the opening point, the opening rubber in the
125.
Game against England last night. Got the opening point in the opening leg against Northern Ireland
26
yesterday afternoon as well. How important is it the player that gets sent out to bat to get that first leg, just to 96. Give yourself an early impetus? Because actually we've seen this weekend that a lot of teams have been able to race into quite some early leads.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter whether you get it in a 28 dart leg or whether you get it in a 12 dart leg. Preferably a 12 dart leg, because then the rest of your team are absolutely bouncing and ready to go. But the first couple of legs, it's not really a problem. You get used to either winning a couple of those, losing a couple of those. The more you play the game, the more you play this format, you don't start to worry. Instead, it starts then to get 3 and 4 in front. Then the panic starts to set in. Then the arm goes a little bit tight. And then all the thinking between the ears goes a little bit squirrely.
Well, 6 from here for Beaven to get the Dutch off to the perfect start. Picks up a couple of big trebles.
140. Challenge requires 76.
So 76 here for Van Peert to get things up and running. It's 1 dart at double 18.
58.
Just moves on the inside.
You require 41.
So Bain here, double 16. For an early break, and to get Scotland off to the perfect start. And for the first time this week, Beaven has been beaten in an opening rubber. He set the tone for the Dutch against Northern Ireland and England in the group, but he was unable to do so there. Early break in the favour of Scotland. They lead 1-0.
Yeah, doing a great job there, Jamie Bain. Exactly what his captain would have wanted, his manager would have wanted. He is quite experienced at this format of the game, Jamie Bain. Played her a few times now in this. Knows exactly what's needed as a lead-off man and achieved it against the throw, which is a big bonus.
And so Captain Campbell, second up to the hockey. And his first assignment, Mark Vleher, who I managed to catch following his game against England, and admitted to nerves prior to his first experience on a big stage like this, representing his country in a tournament like the Six Nations. But he feels the fact that he's had that little bit of time on the stage, he's had a couple of matches, he feels as if he's in the swing of things.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
However, for as good as Mitchell Laurie is, Scott Campbell has his own type of awkwardness about him. Not just the pace, but it's the consistency. May not be somebody who swashbuckles us in terms of averages and big numbers as he piles in a 180, commentators curse, but for a good reason. But he's somebody that you can rely upon, depend upon.
60.
To get that 5-visit leg that can, by and large, get that point, get that leg for your team. It's a dictionary definition, Scott Campbell, of solid pro.
Really solid. Every team needs a Scott Campbell. If you're going to be successful, you need Mr. Dependent, Mr. Reliable. And that's exactly what he is to the Scotland side.
$45.
Well, Vleher here needs a 180 to leave himself on a finish, unable to do so, which means Campbell does have the luxury of 6 from here to give Scotland an early 2-0 advantage. 140 leaves them on tops after 12. That's exactly what he's done. So far, doing the perfect captain's job.
140.
And Scotland,
you require 40.
May well be setting the early tone here. Double 10 for 2-0. 2-0 it is. And the early advantage goes the way of Scotland. Jamie Bain and Scott Campbell have got their team off to the perfect start. But here comes the fire and here comes the passion, because Johan Brouwer is about to enter stage left, and he takes on Davy Kerwin, who himself isn't afraid to get himself involved.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. Johan Brouwer at times yesterday was pulling faces when he was going for doubles, angry faces. The faces looked like they could actually turn milk sour.
interestingly, just having a look at the practice darts there from Johan. Practicing on the doubles, would that be something you'd be doing with the 6 practice darts when you've got the 1 leg on, 1 leg off? What would be the kind of routines most players would do?
That'd be the last thing I was doing, because I know that I need to hit a double at the end, and if I start missing a double in the practice darts, how are you then going to hit it at the end of the leg? I would just throw out the bullseye, just something like that, anything generic. Maybe the last throw on my last start at the treble 20, so that I know that's where my first start's going when we go game on for proper.
However, is this the perfect time for the Netherlands to have Brouwer out to bat, the enigma in this team? If he can win this leg, you know he's going to give it some beans. Is that just the thing that rallies the Dutch troops potentially if he can bring it back to 2-1?
I'm going to let you into a little secret here.
40.
I did see Johan getting a little talk to by the managers yesterday after the matches. So I don't know whether we're going to see that Johan today. Depends what they were talking to him about. I wasn't privy to the conversation.
60.
Nor would I interrupt or go and ask what happened after. But there was definitely a little meeting between management and Johan yesterday after the England game.
45.
Well, yet to find a big treble so far after 9 darts thrown.
What I will say is
99.
Sometimes a leopard can't change its spots, Henry. You can tell him he's a zebra, but at the end of the day, he's still a leopard.
100.
What kind of farm have you got, Scott?
I wasn't talking farm. Everything that I know has a wildlife type of ending to it.
140.
Well, 140 there for Kerwin. Leaves himself on the cusp of a finish. By getting that big treble, will leave himself on 1. However, Kerwin is looking to set things up perfectly.
122.
But this is the big number. May have to spur 1 if he comes back. And he is going to get an opportunity on the 55 to put Scotland 3-0 to the goods.
Require 55.
Well, Brouwer has asked the question. Davy Kerwin now will attempt to give the answer.
Well, from here, he's only got 1 dart at a double.
35.
And that could potentially be a costly mistake from Kerwin. Double top for Brouwer, and he's going to take his time. We saw him do this yesterday in the game against England. He will not be rushed. Double 10. This was the target he was practicing during the practice throw, and that's why he gets the Netherlands in the contest. You see a bit of the fire and passion, which was such a key component towards his performance against England yesterday. The Netherlands back in it at 2-1.
You feel there that Brouwer wanted to give the fire and the passion, but he was looking for the fire service who were going to douse him down pretty quickly if he did.
Well, Mitchell Laurie enters the fray for the first time in this contest. He takes on Michael Nukter. Mitchell could be a very profitable day. He's going to be in the final of the singles competition a little bit later on when he takes on David Davies. It's going to be live here on S4C from around about 5:30.
Full flag, it's Scotland to throw first.
Just a reminder that tonight's women's team final and men's team final will be live on the BBC iPlayer and on S4C's YouTube channel if you want to
41.
Continue watching all the way through to the culmination of the tournament.
68.
And you will not want to miss a bit of the action. The women's final's already been confirmed. Wales will take on England.
100.
And there's a possibility that Wales could do the clean sweep here, already in the final of the men's competition, following that win against England earlier on this afternoon.
I did actually speak to
41.
Michael at breakfast. I said, how did you find it yesterday? I felt very inexperienced. So I said, when you go up today, you'll be more experienced today. He said, yes, I will. So that's what he was hoping. But a really tough opener here against Mitchell Laurie.
100. Scotland,
the debutant of 2026. Let's not forget, Mitchell Laurie's a debutant as well.
Perfect guy for the treble. But just moves across the other side, veers off to the left. Has got time on his side with Mikel all the way back on 2-3-2.
$140.
Double top to make it 3-1.
Good pressure there with the 140, just to remind him he's there, but this young man doesn't miss a great deal, does he? Mitchell Laurie makes it 3-1 after 4 games to Team Scotland.
In terms of team confidence, when you've got a player like Mitchell Laurie in your squad, if he's firing, does that feed off the other players?
Of course it does, of course it does. And the rest of them go, right, well, we've got Mitchell now. You start counting the points before you get them, if you're not careful. And then he'll win 2 or 3 on the trot. And just to remind you that he's not a given, they'll go and lose a leg every now and again. And that's what you've got to be careful of, and making sure you don't lose them at the wrong time.
Well, it feels like Danny Van Tripe's first trip onto the stage may well be an important one. Because if he can get this leg, then following the first cycle, it's 3-2, nothing in it. But if Scott Robertson can win this, then they'll have an early 3-leg buffer. And we saw how important that lead was in the first semi-final between Wales and England. When Wales went 3-0 up, England did bring them back to 3 apiece. But they could never get in front. And like you said, sometimes when you build up a lead, the chasing team sometimes relax when they get back to level terms.
100.
So if you can race in front, you really do set the tone, you set the impetus, and you really do apply that chasing pressure upon the other team.
And the way that Van Tripe is put in this team at number 5, it means he then plays game 8 and game 11. 95. So he plays 3 of the next 7 games. And being one of the strongest players, he's been put in a position number 5 to go and get those 3 games. That is why he is there. He gets 2 of those 3 with the darts as well. So there's a reason that he's positioned here at number 5 for the Netherlands. And he has to start here
136
by holding throw and taking the scalp of Scott Robertson.
Well, I go as far to say that at his best, Danny Van Tripe is the best player in this team. We've seen him average 120 on the TV before.
100. Netherlands require 170.
We've also seen that he kicked a chair leg or something and got a black toe as well. So he hasn't had it go all his own way this weekend.
Well, he's just trying to go through the equation.
85.
Yeah, he was given all the possible narratives of thought, wasn't he?
Well, the 85 there, half the score, and he's going to have plenty of time.
100. Netherlands require 85.
You'll feel as if it's 6 from here. May only need the 2. Double 10 is found. And the Dutch are back to within touch. First cycle of legs completed. And they're the first Danny Van Trippe of the afternoon.
From the Netherlands,
back to 3-2. Nothing in it. Following the first cycle of legs. But perhaps I suppose the most important point to raise is Scotland are 3-2 up against the darts. So if they keep trading off legs, Scotland are always going to have an opportunity to throw for a 2-leg cushion. And if they do carry on trading legs, then at some point they'll put themselves in a position to throw for the match potentially. Well, this could be the tastiest tie of the afternoon. Laurie against Brouwer, because if Johan gets things going here, then Mitchell Laurie will not be afraid to fight fire with fire.
And this young man is put in this position in the team. He's playing in the number 4 position. The reason is
100.
Because he gets one game, he gets the game number 4 with the darts. He's then off for one game and then back on with the darts. So
100.
Clever spot to put potentially your most consistent player.
134.
He's really put it on Johan here. Tom followed by 134.
42.
And has real breathing space.
He's
left himself on the 170. Whatever Johan does here, he cannot leave a finish. So, come what may, Mitchell Laurie's going to get 6 to win this leg, even if Brouwer hits the game's first 180. And that was a Darryl Gurney-esque stance there from Brouwer, trying to tell everybody, look what I've just done. Another one of them leads double 18.
96.
So this to put Scotland 4-2 to the good.
Scotland, you require 74.
For Mitchell Laurie, it will be 2 legs played, 2 legs won. Double 16. Opportunity goes a begging.
Scotland, you require 136.
Well, there would be a reaction to this. Well, there's a reaction either way. I'll be honest, I've not got a clue what he said. My Dutch ain't that good.
81.
But that is a very, very
Scotland,
thankful deflection
32.
there. So double 16 here for Mitchell Laurie to re-establish the 2-leg buffer. He's 2 for 2, and Scotland's a 2 clear again. And he gives Johan Brouwer a taste of his own medicine there. And he looks a very flat figure. Not happy about something, I don't know what, but something's perturbed him. But it hasn't to Mitchell Laurie. He's won his second leg of the contest. We can hear from him now with Shonette.
Mitchell, your celebration there said it all. You got that double 16 in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Missed a few darts at it. He came down, hit the 180 and stuff, but yeah, won, and that's all that matters.
It's been an enticing semi-final so far. What have you made of the start that Scotland have had?
Yeah, we've had a really good start. We're all playing well, you know, playing well as a team, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. Well, Mitchell, I'll let you go.
Thank you very much.
2 wins out of 2 for Mitchell Laurie, and he is really setting the tone for this Scottish side. And all of a sudden we come to another one of those important legs. The Netherlands with the throw. If Scott Robertson can find a break here, Jamie Bain would be in a position to throw for a 6-2 lead after 8 legs. Yes, it's a long format, much longer than what most players will play week in, week out, what most teams will play at international level. But for as long as the format is, it's as quickly as the game can potentially get away from you. Saw it in the first semi-final, didn't we? When Wales stretched clear that second time, England tried to get back to within reach,
85.
but the damage inevitably was done. The Netherlands can't afford for the same thing to happen here.
No, they need to get right back into it here, and pressure is all on one of their newbies this year. And Nuxa now is being put under all the pressure from Scott Robertson. He's trying to right the wrongs of his first match. He lost out to Danny Van Tripe.
Second 180 of the game, second 180 in as many legs, one apiece in that particular department.
57.
Well, Mikkel here needs 2 trebles to leave himself on a finish.
87.
Unable to get them, so Robertson here has 6 on 204 to get a breaker throw, which will put Scotland 5-2 up.
125.
Are they beginning to make their mid-match move?
100. Scotland, you require 79.
For 5-2, and an opportunity to throw for a 4-leg lead. Double top, but that flight slightly in the way.
39.
Just too high.
Netherlands, you require 110.
And it does feel like the Dutch need a spark. The 110 isn't going to be that.
Once again,
23.
had to stay straight with the first dart. Didn't, so now it's got Robertson coming back to install that 3-leg lead.
No score.
Well, they
Netherlands, you
were
require
very close to
87.
the wire, but none could find a way through.
Once again, the Dutchman hasn't stayed straight.
47.
All about the big numbers.
Scotland, you require 40.
Should have got a dart at the ball with that visit.
Eventually, Scott Robertson finds tops. Scotland have that 3-leg lead restored. Jamie Bain now is throwing to put Scotland full clear. And once again, Danny Van Tripe is throwing in a leg which Fields must win to keep him in touch.
Yeah, and the tough thing for him is he is against the throw in this particular match as well, so he's got work to do. Jamie Bain, he looked very good in the opening match, didn't he, against Barry Van Peer? Turned the throw round immediately. Probably why Team Scotland are where they are at the moment. That breaker throw saw them in good stead for the first bout of
Game on.
matches.
So Bain with a throw.
59.
However, that's an early opening for Danny Van Tripe.
60.
I know it's only the first turn, but the fact that players have only got one leg to
41.
try and affect the situation. These first 2 scores, these first 2 treblers scores, Danny's got to jump on, and he's been unable to do so far.
The way that this works,
58.
you don't feel like you're in the game and you're part of the game until you play your 3rd leg. It really is a little bit like that. Your first leg of the match,
81.
you're a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights. It's kind of, you don't really ever own that leg. You don't ever feel comfortable with that leg. You still feel nervous in that leg. And if you can bring that one home, then that settles you lovely for your next one.
60. $140.
Like a brisk pace here, and the pace is suiting both, and both are scoring well.
140. Scotland, you require
140 there, leaves Van Tripe on 124, and he is going to get a look at it. Not seen a ton plus checkout yet in this game. BVT may be forced to get the first. Well, first things first, you've got to ensure the big number is unable to do so.
65. Scotland, you
That was a bit of a
require
mess.
66.
Double 12. The 6-2, and Scotland are beginning to make a move in this game. They have a big gap, and look how dejected Danny Van Tripe looks in the background. Scotland are beginning to march. They're edging closer towards the halfway point of victory.
Leg number 9, please welcome for the Netherlands, Barry Van Peer, and from Scotland, Scott Captain.
And now the captain, Scott Campbell has an opportunity to really rub salt into Dutch wounds and to give themselves a 5-leg lead, needing just 6 more to take on Wales in the final. Barry Van Peer, simply put, has to win this leg, doesn't he?
Definitely. Otherwise, it then becomes a bridge too far. The gap becomes too far. You get despondent as players, and you start to believe that the gap is too big and that you can't catch it. And then you get steamrolled.
$100.
Really good last start there from Campbell, an exchange of tons to kick off the 9th.
96. $85. 96.
Needed a treble with the last. Gets it. From Scott Campbell against the throw, perfectly timed. There is no bad time to hit a 180 in this format.
140.
Well, we know that when he wears that shirt, he finds special things, special moments. So he's not going to back the 180 up with a 136 checker because of that 140 from Van Peer with the previous turn. He's left himself on a 2-darter to bring it back to 6-3.
62.
And to win their first leg since leg 5. Double 12. Not there. And so Campbell here should get at least a dart at tops to put them 5 in front.
57. Scotland requires 70.
Sarcastic thumb up at the board from Van Peer, but he's really offered up a chance here for Scotland. 20 for tops. Double 10. Although left-handed, he's not a fan of double 10. He's told me this in the past.
Netherlands, you require 12.
A head and hands moment to give his side an olive branch, to give them some kind of hope. The Netherlands are still ticking along in this game. Barry Van Peer brings it back to 6-3, keeping his side in touch. Scott Campbell missed the opportunity to move 5 clear. It's back to within 3. Let's hear from Van Peer now with Jeanette.
Barry, a win in that leg, but I'm sensing some frustration. That wasn't straightforward, was it?
No, well, the first leg didn't really go that well, so I was like, okay, now I have to start playing much better, of course. This leg scoring was all right, but then I missed the double 12 in the single 9, and then it's frustrating because you know you got 2 darts on double, he's on a good finish, and you just know he doesn't miss. So I'm happy to take the leg, but have to improve.
And you got the double 6 in the end, but that's not the easiest score to get, is it? It can be quite tricky.
Well, I actually do love double 6.
Do you? Okay,
yeah, I do.
Okay. Look, it's 3-6 at the moment. What's the conversation between you and your fellow teammates? How can you get yourselves back into this one?
Well, just got to play well and win. And I think if we just give confidence to each other, we trust each other, and we'll just keep going. Everyone just has to get their grip on, and we'll just go for it.
Absolutely, Barry. I'll let you go. Thank you. Diolch.
So, all of a sudden, Mark Bleher has an opportunity to bring it back to 6-4. And all of a sudden, we might have a contest back on our hands in this semi-final. As I say, the final leg from the second cycle. And when we get to this stage of a cycle, it really does feel as if we learn where the land is beginning to lay in this contest, don't we?
Yeah, we do. I was impressed with Mark yesterday, how he improved as the day went on.
10 flag in Scotland to first game on.
Looked a little bit rabbit in the headlights in the first game, but against England, he looked to a different sort. So if he can continue with that confidence today, then he could be doing some damage here for the Netherlands at the end and help them return the deficit. There's no time like the present to do that. David Kerwin lost his first game today to Brouwer, and he wouldn't have wanted to have done that. So now he's thinking, I've got to get part of the team. I've got to be part of the team. This is what happens
42
to you as an individual. I've got to do my part. Yeah, we're 6-3 up, and I haven't done my part. And it frustrates you as a player because all you want to do is be one, part of the winning team,
60.
and two, know that you've done your part within it. You wouldn't be happy if the team win and you haven't picked up a point.
104.
You feel like you're masquerading a little bit within the team if you do that.
Well, that single one means that Kerwin cannot leave a finish for this turn, and it means
41.
that Blechert has an opportunity to bring it back to 6-4. And all of a sudden, if he can break here, Danny van Troip would have the darts against Scott Campbell to bring it back to within 1. And Kerwin would then return to the stage to take on Barry van Peer.
You're exactly right, and the Netherlands would have felt that the Scottish have thrown the kitchen sink at them and they're still there. It would be a big plus mentally for
100. Netherlands require 160.
Both players on 160. Blechert won't get his attempt. What can Kerwin make of his?
60. Scotland, you require 160.
All about trying to leave it handy. Handy
140.
And all of a sudden, this ton has to go.
He's come to the party at the end of this leg as Kerwin with a ton of 140. Tops here.
80.
Just, you can see the bounce.
Scotland, you require 20.
From Mark there. He thought it was going when it left his hand, the second one.
2 10s. Double 5, big dart.
15.
And potentially a big miss on David Kerwin.
Netherlands, you require
That could
20.
be the difference between daylight and then being reeled back in. And now Vlekert's looking at double 5.
15.
Unable to get.
Scotland, you require
The Dutch
5.
team cannot look. They might well be seeing their realistic coats begin to faint before their eyes. Because double 2 is found. And they're ball behind again. Scotland 7-3 to the good following 2 cycles of matches. And Scott Campbell was rushed up to the stage there by the team manager James Ward.
And from Scotland, Scott Campbell.
Because at this point in time, they know they can get this game done rather quickly. If they can begin to reel off a few legs, the Netherlands will find themselves in a desperate state. Now, these two know each other so well, Danny van Troip and Scott Campbell. Now, these two have played against one another for their nation in different codes in the WDF, but they've also played against one another at an international pairs tournament at the Moda Super Series, where they've had some thrilling head-to-heads. And Danny van Troip, alongside Jimmy van Schie, who, of course, we saw win the Lakesides here on S4C in December, got the better of a Scottish team, which involved Scott Campbell
60.
and John Henderson in the semi-finals. So these two have history on the international stage against one another. A real contrast of pace.
60.
The whip-it-like action of Danny van Troip. As for the more leisurely and sedate pace of Scott Campbell.
$100. $83.
Campbell will never be rushed. Goes round at his own pace. Perfectly entitled to do.
There's no time limit in the ball book.
But it's just highlighted with the speed that Van Tripe is. It makes him look slower than he actually is for me.
Danny Van Tripe is one of the quickest players on this circuit. Of that, there is no doubt. When it goes well, it's brilliant, but he's also lost the game within the space of 5.5 minutes in the past.
140. Scotland require 161.
The captain has an opportunity to put them 8-3 to the good. Wasn't happy about that first dart.
41. Netherlands
This to
require
bring it back
98.
to 7-4. Treble 18. Would have left double 12.
58. Scotland require 120.
Well, he sat there waiting. Is he going to get the opportunity? Double top for Campbell. An 8-3 to Scotland.
100.
Where it landed, he just couldn't quite see his own flight had blocked the pass, so he didn't know that it wasn't in until he got there. Oh, that is just so
20.
difficult. I think there's a chunk of flight on the point there as well.
Yeah.
Scotland
may have to do some running
require
repairs, Danny
20.
Van Tripe. But Campbell here to give Scotland an 8-3 lead. I think Van Tripe's got some problems in terms of his equipment at the back of the stage. His team might have huge problems as well, because Scott Campbell has opened up a 5-leg gap in this contest. 8-3 to the good. They are 5 legs clear, needing just 5 more to take on Wales in the final. The captain's delivered, and we can hear from Scott Campbell now.
Well, Scott, Scotland have got a healthy little lead by now. How are you guys feeling at the moment?
Yeah, fantastic. Just to get off to a good start. It's always key, just as I said, last couple of tournaments, it's always key to get off to a good start, put them under pressure.
I saw you taking your time before hitting up to throw that final dart. What was going through your head to get that double 10?
Oh, I absolutely hate double 10, but yeah, I think Danny hates it now as well.
Look, we've just been hearing, and we've all been hearing this week, that you are quite the chef, apparently, that the teammates, you're the man with the responsibility, so we all want to know what you cooked your teammates for supper last night.
Absolutely nothing. As long as we cook up a win, I'm not bothered about anything else.
Well said, Scott. I'll let you go. Thank you, Ddartiau.
Thanks very much.
Cooking up a storm, he's most certainly doing.
Moving on to leg number 12.
And I can say from personal experience, he is a very good chef.
From Scotland, Davy Kerwin.
However, it is very Van Peer who has the opportunity for the Netherlands to keep him back in touch. Davy Kerwin has the chance here to put him 6 legs clear with 4 left to make it through to the final.
I really enjoyed the fist pump there from Davy Kerwin, proper old school. Up goes the fist and you hit it hard. Hit his hand hard. Come on, show him. Give him a bit of... Show him that you're not there to be messed around with. I love that. Love that. Different parts of psychology to the game. Sometimes, unless you've been up there and had it happen to you or whatever, you don't kind of notice it just watching on. The game looks like, oh, it's just a couple of guys up there throwing the darts up there. There are little things that happen that are psychological. One of them is that fist pump. It wasn't a little quiet one, it was a bang. Asserted himself on the game, Kerwin.
However, two troubleless scores has given Vampire the opportunity against the throw to really manufacture a lead in the leg.
$96.
Has to watch his work here, has to traverse around the ball to try and leave
40.
himself on a finish, and able to do so. The only way Davy Kerwin can leave a finish from here is by piling in all three.
134.
Came very close to doing that. He's turned 2 corners with that visit. When I say 2 corners, he's gone from 300 past the 200 into the 100.
98.
Vampire's only let himself a 1-2-5. One treble here will leave Kerwin on a 2 darter.
45. Netherlands, you require 125.
Start on the pull here. Unable to get. All he can do is try and set things up and hope that Kerwin hasn't got a 137 in the locker. Haven't seen a ton plus checkout yet in this semi-final.
93.
So a couple of 120s
Scotland
in the
require 137.
Wales v England clash. Now this is got. It'll be a big psychological blow for a couple of reasons.
99. Netherlands, you require 32.
Number 16 for Vampire.
Game
Nicely
from
done,
the
using
12
the experience.
to the Netherlands.
Netherlands still 4 behind, but the comeback has to start somewhere. Somebody's got to win that first leg to even give an opportunity for a comeback. Vampire has done that for his team this time round. Can they follow it up and get a second?
Well, Mitchell Laurie has an opportunity to move him on tonight. Mark Blairhurt looking to make it back-to-back legs. What's that feeling like, Scott? That feeling that Berry Vampire has just experienced when you get that leg win and you get to go back to your teammates and you get to be on the receiving end of a congratulatory handshake or fist bump.
That's good. It's good because you know you've done your job, and you're not thinking about the fact that you've done your job. You're thinking about the next player now and trying to encourage them to get the job done for them as well. But every time you look round a corner, it looks like you're walking into a brick wall, and Mitchell Laurie is now up there. It looks a very difficult task to get so many legs back in a row. Not impossible, but need to be doing some special stuff to do it, particularly against this man, Mitchell Laurie.
140.
Well, that 140 has forced Mitchell Laurie into a similar turn.
104.
To his credit, a similar turn he gets.
Yeah, brilliant. It seems that the 140
60.
from Mark seemed to like the blue touch paper and wake up Mitchell Laurie. Such a likeable lad. Really is down to earth.
162.
And does massive things like that in big, nervy moments.
45. Scotland, you require 140.
So 140 here for Laurie. I was looking at 2 treble 18s, unable to get the first of them.
56.
Well, he hit 3 in his previous visit, so I can see why he went there.
Well, the 2 treble 18s would have left himself on 32. But 84 required now to move Scotland 9-4 in front. And they'd have the darts in the next to put themselves 6 clear, to move themselves on to double digits. But first things first, it's the bull for Mitchell Laurie.
59.
And it wasn't too far away.
Netherlands,
Line of length
160.
nearly perfect. Another unable to get.
104. Scotland require 25.
So double 10 then for Mitchell Laurie to get that 5-point lead again. And that's exactly what he does. He takes Scotland team to 9-4. They get closer and closer to the finishing line. Closer and closer to breaking the hearts of the Dutch team and their fans.
Johan Brouwer, and representing Scotland, Scott Robertson.
So Scotland have the opportunity to move on to 10, which, as we mentioned yesterday, is such a big psychological hurdle, isn't it? Just to see the other team with 2 digits in comparison to your 1 doesn't help but perhaps stir a bit of panic, does it?
No, and what kind of happens here is Scotland have now got themselves a 5. They're able to relax now. They're not under the pressure leg after leg that you would be if there was only a couple in it. You know, you play totally differently. They'll be looking at that lead. The management have said this is an unassailable lead. We shouldn't be winning the match if we give it away from here. We only need 4 more legs. And you look at the Dutch, they've only got 4 in total. So the manager will be convincing the players that this is an unassailable lead. Don't have to panic at all. You go up there, just go through the motions, and we will get 4 legs before they get 9.
Halfway point of the contest, and Scotland have this game exactly where they want it. As things stand, it looks like a renewal of that brilliant group stage game that we saw yesterday, where Wales, courtesy of that 104 finish from David Davis, edged the Scots by 13 legs to 12.
55.
If the truth be told about the Netherlands this week, it's felt like everything they've done has been in patches. Consistency has been something that they have been lacking a lot at times.
96.
Yeah, it's been very bitty, hasn't it? Very, very in between. And feast and famine is the way that it would be described by our dear commentating friend, Chris Mason.
100.
You have to say, the Dutch have not been feasting enough, which is why they trail.
$78.
Picked off a prize treble at the last to leave himself on 129. Should start down on the 19s. Again,
Netherlands
pick
require
off of Robertson.
129.
One big treble, leaves himself a poke at the bull. Unable to get, so 106 to put Scotland 10-4 to the good.
Scotland require 106.
So across to the 18s then, treble 18 for double 16. 82, probably go bull route.
42.
Another 18 for his
Netherlands
treble.
require 100.
So treble 20 for tops. Could now go tops. Looks like he's eyeing it up. No, he went for another treble.
60. Scotland require 64.
Robertson should get a dart here as the minimum requirement. May get 2. 16 for double 16. Here's the one dart we were talking about.
48.
Didn't go, so a chance again.
Netherlands require 40.
For the Netherlands to get back in within 4. Nervy.
Perfect.
Shot and a 14 flare.
Is that the spark for the Netherlands? Is that the lighting of the Dutch blue touch paper? Well, that was a little bit frosty in terms of handshake at the end of that one. But that potentially
Leg number 15, please welcome
a
for
big
the
moment in this
Luther.
contest. Brouwer's just
from
given them
Scotland,
a
Jimmy
little
Bates.
bit of hope. It's a little bit frosty come the end of that particular leg. It wasn't the warmest of all handshakes. Brouwer not looking Robertson in the eye straight off the oche.
Type of handshake you have when you're shaking the water off your lettuce for a salad in the summer, isn't it? It's a bit wet lettucey, sort of. I don't like that.
I've never had you down as a lettuce man, Scott.
I never said I ate it. I said I've seen people do it.
Netherlands to throw first. Game on. $59.
Well, Mikkel here has the throw against Jamie Bain to bring it back to 9-6.
68.
Now, we did see yesterday Scotland blow a 6-2 lead in that defeat to Wales, 13-12.
81.
If the Netherlands rattle off a couple more legs here, will that potentially be in the psyche of the Scottish players?
It could well be. It's a very valid point, Henry. It could well be because they'd seen the situation before, and it just has that little bit in the back of your mind of, oh, here we go again. We've got to not allow this to happen. And then the tension comes with each game, and then ultimately it does happen. Bain here, though,
59.
really good and solid from him. 68, 140, 134. Against the throw again, Jamie Bain, and
59.
He's doing all the right things in all the right moments.
Ton left after 12.
125. Scotland require
that
100.
misstraight could potentially be important. Tops. Gets the first. Gets the second. It's the first ton plus check out of the game. And it puts Scotland on to 10. It puts them 5 clear. And it puts them 2 within 3 of a place in the final against Wales.
16. Please welcome from the Netherlands, Mark Vleget. And from Scotland,
is that the moment
Scott Robertson,
where Scotland begin to hit for home? That feels like a turning point. That could be the moment where the Dutch resistance just begins to wobble.
Yeah, that sort of elusive 10-point mark, going into double figures. You feel the writings now on the wall for the Netherlands.
$16 flags, Scotland to throw first. Game on.
So Scott Robertson with the throw to put Scotland within 2.
95.
And what if you Mark Vleget, the Dutch player that's come onto the stage now, having seen what he's just seen and how Scotland are on the up. And just when you thought maybe you've got yourself back into this game, courtesy of that leg from Johan Brouwer, you find yourself in a position where you can ill afford to drop anything now.
Yeah.
95.
It is tough now from here. Ultimately, I haven't been in this situation before.
99.
You don't want it to be you that's the one that loses the game, that loses the match. But ultimately, it's not down to that match. It's been down to the way the team has played, and you can see Barry Van Peer there looking in a bit of a sombre mood.
59.
Feels like desperate times for the Dutch. And Robertson's got all the time he wants to move himself 11-5 to the goods.
$46.
It's another
Scotland
6 on here.
108.
We'll stay there. I was looking for the Shanghai and 18s.
90.
Double 9 left to move within 2.
$60. Scotland, you require 18.
If this goes, it could be the beginning of the end for the Netherlands. Double 9 is foul. Scotland are 2 away. Scott Robertson has delivered a vital point. And now we are at the most vital point, because Johan Brouwer has the darts
from the Netherlands,
to keep him away from the hill, to keep Scotland away from that 12 mark. Like we said in the first game, Scott, that's the most crucial thing, isn't it? To ensure that the Netherlands keep Scotland on 11 for as long as possible. Keep yourself in a position where you've got at least a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's exactly what it is. And the longer you can keep them there, it means that you're doing well as a team to peg them back. But I have to say, Jamie Bain
17 flag, it's the Netherlands to throw first.
On this match has been outstanding, yet to be beaten. 3 from 3 from him. Goes against the throw here. When you're 3 from 3, you're not even bothered about that. You're telling the guy, you're going to have to do me in 15 here because I'm going out in 12. Your attitude and your confidence is so high that you don't feel there's anything your opponent can do to you. They've got to step up and do something special. Johan Brouwer is doing exactly that.
Second 180 for Johan.
48.
The only Dutch player to have hit a maximum in this contest. 2-2 in that particular department. Scott Robertson and Scott Campbell have both got one each for the Scots.
60.
Well, it doesn't look like this one's going to go the way of Scotland. And actually, Brouwer is the one that's really beginning to tick points off the board here for the Netherlands. This is his 4th leg. And of the previous 3, he has won 2 of them.
85.
Now, that's a bit of a mistake there. He's left himself on 99. It's the only 2 figure-out shot where you need to use all 3 darts to complete the combination.
Yeah, he won't be too bothered about that. He was just thinking about making a hole in the score. Double 18 comes in.
81.
And we'd have all forgotten that he was on 99 if he'd have hit that.
60. Netherlands, you require 18.
He's going to split this. 2 for double 8. He's backing himself with 2 in hand. That's why. Bingo.
The Netherlands.
Brouwer's got another point. He's the one that's keeping the Netherlands in touch.
More importantly, inflicts the first defeat on Jamie Bain.
Michael Nukta. And from Scotland, Scott Campbell.
And sometimes you just need a player, when you're behind, that's picking up points to keep yourself in there. If the Netherlands complete the comeback here, Johan Brouwer has played a big part in that. He is doing his job superbly so far. However, Scott Campbell has the opportunity to put his nation on the hill up against Michael Nukta.
'18th flag, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
If Scott Campbell could win this leg, then Mitchell Lowe would have the chance in the next to send Scotland into the final and to dump out the Dutch.
$140.
And that 140, such a solid start.
44.
And just like Johan Brouwer that we were mentioning in the previous leg, he's won 2 out of 3 points, or 2 out of 3 legs for his nation so far in this contest. So Scott Campbell, back-to-back 140s, makes it look increasingly likely he's going to make it 3 from 4.
140. $60. $95.
Well, coming up next is the women's single final. Dita Hedman and Rhiannon O'Sullivan going through their final warm-ups ahead of that contest. A contest which might not be too far away because Scotland are really closing in.
81.
Yeah. Campbell doing a captain's job here.
44. Scotland, you require
80 required for Scott Campbell to put Scotland 2 within 1. Has to be careful not to catch here. This could be awkward because his darts stand up to attention. Double top with a lot of tungsten in the way. That would have been such a good find. No finish for Mikel, 178.
83. Scotland, you
Double
require
10
20.
for 12-6. As he openly admitted, doesn't like this target.
Yeah, something I've always known. Been pretty open about that. Did tell Shanad in a little interview he did earlier after one of his wins.
10.
And he hates it even more now.
Netherlands, you
So
require
Mikel
95.
is looking at 95 here to try and get the Dutch back with 2 within touch. Was looking at double-double there. Was unable to get. And so Campbell will return for double 5. Which is another target which he has a
72.
love-hate relationship with.
Scotland, you require 10.
Went for big 17 there. The double. But it's the double 5 that's the most important thing for Scott Campbell. They go 1 away from victory.
From the Netherlands, Barry Van Peer.
Scotland have been very clinical, very efficient in this match against the Netherlands, and once they got their noses in front, not like when they played Wales yesterday, they haven't relinquished, have they?
Scotland are on the hill, and it is Mitchell Lawrie who has the opportunity to send his nation into the final. Scotland haven't won this title since 2003. They won the first 2 editions of this tournament. It's been a long time between drinks, but we said that at the British Internationals, didn't we, back in the spring?
19th
But they hadn't won the championship since 2008.
Yeah, to be fair, they hadn't won it in the 16 years that I'd been involved with England, so...
100.
And that gives confidence to this tournament. When you win that one, you come in here with a bit of momentum, a bit of belief.
140.
Exchange of 140s apiece.
60.
Scotland team, which back in 2003 featured a certain Gary Anderson.
100.
Yeah, whatever happened to him?
He won a world championship in 2015. Don't know anybody else who did that.
No, me either.
131.
Sounds like a really fun year.
Well, we saw Ewan Horsall take out
91.
a 170 against Scotland yesterday. Barry Van Peer may have to do something similar to save the match. He's unable to get, but this really would be the perfect way to send Scotland into the final. Mitchell Lawrie is going to do it with a big fish.
59. Netherlands, you require 30.
Keep him in the game.
Again,
Double
Scotland,
15 found.
flag. The Netherlands.
The Dutch have dodged the first bullet. Barry Van Peer keeps him in the game, but just.
20th leg from the Netherlands, Danny van Tripe. And from Scotland, David Kerwin.
However, David Kerwin here has the honour. He has the darts to hand to get the better of Danny van Tripe and to send the Saltire Nation into the final. Tell us what this scenario is like, Scott. David Kern with the opportunity, with the darts in hand, to send his nation into the jackpot match.
20th leg, it's
You have
Scotland
to go up there,
first.
believing
Game
it's
on.
your time and it's your moment for the team. Destiny plays a big sort of role in darts.
57.
When you have these moments to create your own destiny, to create your own legacy, you have to go and own them. Can't win them all the time. This is a situation that if it was 12-12, Davy Kerwin would have their little collie wobbler and the jelly leg that sometimes comes with the nerves of these, and you stand on that front leg to go and throw, and it starts to get the little collie wobblers in your knee because you're nervous, and he's not in that situation. His team are 5 up. It should be just a straightforward, feel like a Monday night down the dog and duck.
100.
Well, Scotland just about have the advantage of throw, but Kerwin here needs 2 trebles to leave a finish. He's not going to do so, whereas Danny Van Tripe only needs 1 to leave himself on something after 12. But he needs 2 following the error with dart 1.
81.
And so Scotland here have 6 darts to send themselves through to the final. Only 60. Could be punished to the hilt. Chasing the second job. You can understand why. This to send Scotland into the final. The 1-3-1 isn't going to go.
80.
And that could potentially be a pivotal miss.
85.
Yeah, a little bit nervy, like I said. It's still a little bit nervy.
75.
Well, Danny Van Tripe has missed a couple of opportunities to keep his nation in the contest. Double 16 for Davy Kerwin. Now 2 8s. To send Scotland into the final. In search of their first title in this competition since 2003. They will take on Wales for the Six Nations title later on this evening. A deflated Danny Van Tripe leads stage left. It is Scotland against Wales in the 2026 Six Nations final. They have beaten the Netherlands by 13 legs to 7. Look at the scene of delight. As you can understand, let's hear it from Team Scotland now. They are talking to Sioned.
Diolch yn fawr I ti, Rhys. Ie, mae tîm yr Alban yn arafach yn neud I ffordd draw at y Beaven hyn. Well, guys, massive, massive congratulations. Davey, I'll talk to you about that first leg. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you win, as long as you do it in the end.
I've struggled all weekend on that stage. I just can't get the range on it, but I'll take every one as it comes. And it's not about me, it's about these guys.
Absolutely. Scott, as the captain, as you know, you've just alluded to, perhaps it hasn't been easy at times, but you've all stuck together when you really, really needed to.
Yeah, listen, absolutely. To make the final, and Davey's saying he's not played the best, listen, we're here as a team, we're not here as individuals, and we'll get the job done in the final, hopefully, as well.
Absolutely. Mitchell, how did you find it up there? And the fact that you've booked yourselves a place in the final against Wales?
It's been great. Yeah, we're seeking revenge here. I believe the boys will go up there and we'll do a job against the Welsh team. I feel like we were the better team yesterday, but we just missed chances. And you know, if you give the Welsh team chances, they're going to take them, and that's basically what happened.
Yeah, Jamie, that is a very, very good point, because it was one heck of a contest between you and the Welsh yesterday. You've got that fire in your bellies, haven't you? I can tell.
Oh, definitely.
Everybody's hair looks great, by the way.
No, the Welsh, we're very good friends with them. We know how well they can play, but we know how well we can play as well. And we think so far we've been the best team, and we're going for it in the final and get a job done.
Yeah, Scott, what will be the plan against Wales now in that final? How will you approach it?
It'll be attack. I'm just going to play rubbish and then hit the winning double again. That's my tactics this weekend.
Well, guys, look, I'll let you go and have a bit of a break, and we will see you in that final this evening. Well done, congratulations. Felly, dyma ni gadarnhad o beth arall sydd I ddod heddi. Felly, I ni pencampwriaeth tîmau y menywod Cymru yn y 2 ffeinal. I ni'n dechrau gyda'r menywod yn erbyn Lloegr am 7 o'r gloch, a wedyn ni Cymru yn erbyn yr Alban o ran y dynion. Bydd hwnna am tua 7:45 ar blatfformau digidol S4C. Amser am egoel fach nawr, ond pidwch mynd unrhyw le, achos i ni am weld rownd derfynol senglau y menywod rhwng Ddartiau Hedman a'r Gymraes, Rhian O'Sullivan. Croeso nôl ato ni yma yn Ilfracwm ar gyfer pencampwriaeth Ddartiau y Chwe Gwlad. Nawr nôl yn 2024 y Gymraes, Rhian O'Sullivan gath i chyroni'n bencampraig y Chwe Gwlad, a trwy'r penwythnos mae di bod yn ysu i ail afel ar y teitl, ond yn sefyll yn ei ffordd prynhawn me neb llain y pencampraig y byd, Ddartiau Hedman.
Ail gynnig. Un darts arall ar ôl yn ei llaw hi. Dwbl ugain amdani. A mae'n ei wneud hi! Mae Ddartiau Hedman yn dawnsio ar lwyfan y Lakeside. Mae'n sylweddoli i bod hi o'r diwedd yn mynd i cael ei charoni yn ben campraig byd.
In your head, all of us thinks, well, we are the best that the country's picked and we're representing our country. And yes, it does put a bit more pressure on you than if you're just playing in a tournament, just playing for yourself. You know, if you lose, you're not letting anyone down, it's just yourself. But if you lose, when you play for your country, you felt like you've let the country down and yourself. And, you know, that's how we all think.
Game. A mae Rhian O'Sullivan efo'r dwbl dau yna wedi sicrhau lle iddi hi hun yn y rownd derfynol. Mi fydd hi'n herio Peter Hedman yn y rownd yna.
Wel, wedi ennill hwn 2 neu 3 gwaith erbyn hyn. Just sicrhau bod fi'n canolbwyntio, bod fi'n gwybod bod hyder dy fi i wneud beth fi'n gallu wneud a just wneud, wel, bwrw'r dwbl i ennill.
Dwbl 10 amdani efo un a mae hi'n gwneud ni. Stop o dyna hi di wedi dramatic.
Rhian O'Sullivan playing in the final, she's such a good player. It's very rare that I've ever known Rhian not to play well. And I often think, probably it's just me, every time they come up against me, be it Rhian, whoever it is, they always seems to pull out their A game. And I have to really pull mine out, if I can. But I'm expecting Rhian to play very, very well. It's very rare that Rhian doesn't play well. You know, so it's going to be a hard game.
Ugen am dwbl ugen. I gamu I fewn i'r rownd derfynol ac mae Dita Hedman wedi llwyddo.
Wel, mae Dita fi wedi cael sawl brwydr dros y blynydde, ond yn ddiweddar hi sydd wedi bod yn ennill nhw gyd, I fod yn onest. So, fi'n disgwyl gêm galed, fi'n disgwyl bod e'n mynd I fod yn brwydr, ond fi'n wario dros Cymru tro hyn, so fi'n credu bod bach fwy o wmff dy fi I wneud yn well na beth yw dros yn unigol. So, bydd e'n diddorol, ond fi'n edrych mlaen iddo fe.
Rhian O'Sullivan yn erbyn Dita Hedman. Mae Dylan wedi dod I ymuno a fi fan hyn, a Dylan ni wedi gweld jyst yr angerdd ar wyneb Rhian trwy'r penwythnos. Mae hon, tasa ddi'n gallu ailgipio'r teitl yma, bydde fe'n golygu'r byd iddi?
Ie, mae hon yn game huge, ti'n bod, a pan ti'n edrych ar y chwaraewyr sy'n ma I gyd dros y penwythnos, hon fydde'r ffeinal, fydde ni gyd wedi moyn, ti'n bod. Rhian wedi ennill y bencampwriaeth yma 3 gwaith o'r blaen, Dita wedi ennill 10 mlynedd yn ôl 2016, felly ie, mae'n anodd gwybod pwy ffordd mae hon yn mynd I fynd. Maen nhw wedi wario gilydd cwpl o weithiau dros yr wythnosau diwetha. Dita wedi cael y gorau o Rhian ar 2 achlysur, felly mae'n mynd I fod yn agos, ond fi'n credu angerdd wedi gweld wrth Rhian a'r pwrpas mae wedi dangos trwy penwythnos. I'n gweld Rhian yn dod trwyddo hon. Ie,
mae hwnna'n bwynt da iawn. Y ffaith bod Dita wedi cael y gorau o Rhian cwpl o weithiau penwythnos hyn. Yw hwnna'n mynd I bod ar ei meddwl hi, ti'n meddwl?
O'n I sôn yn sylwi beth yn y gêm sydd jyst wedi bod. Mae chwaraewyr yn gweud, na, sa'n meddwl amdano fe. Ond mae wastad yna yn bac dy feddwl. Ond mae'r ddwy yma wedi chwarae gilydd siwt gymaint o weithiau mewn gemau mawr fel hyn. Weithiau, tern Dita yw I, weithiau tern Rhian yw I, ond mae jyst rhywbeth yn biti Rhian wythnos yma. Mae weld yn bwrpasol iawn, mae'r sgorio yna, ond yn mwy pwysig, mae wedi bod yn gorffen yn glinigol hefyd.
Ie, yn waren bwrpasol, yn edrych yn hyderus, a fel wyt ti'n gweud, wedi bod yn gorffen yn glinigol. Mae fe jyst yn teimlo fel bod momentum gyda ddi, ond o ran y tactegau yna yn erbyn Dita, be fydd eisiau Rhian I wneud nawr?
Fi'n credu gallu di drial unrhyw beth erbyn Dita.
Mae'n gymaint o eicon, nag yw I? Mae wedi gwneud popeth a ennill popeth.
Ie, mae wedi gweld popeth fyd. Mae pobl yn trial arafu ddi, trial cyflymu ddi. A ti ddim yn mynd I roi ddi off I gêm, felly yr unig ffordd mae Rhian yn mynd I giro yw I wario'n well a gobeithio I ni o ran y Cymru, dyna be welwn ni nawr mewn cwpl o funudau.
Ie, hwn yw rownd terfynol cynta'r diwrnod. Cymru, Dylan, wedi cyrraedd pob rownd derfynol. I ni mynd I weld y fuddugoliaeth gynta, ti'n credu? Yw i'n mynd I fod yn clean sweep?
Sa'n siŵr yn mynd I clean sweep, ond ie, fi'n credu bod Rhian, mae wedi dangos digon I fi pen wythnos made, bod hi'n mynd I gael yr un gynta. Ie, ond anhygol, bod y Cymru yn bob un o'r 4 ffeinal, a fi ffili edrych mlaen I watcho bob un o'r 4 hynny.
Pen ar y bloc, Dylan, gall Rhian neud hi yn erbyn Dita?
Gellith.
O'r syml hynny, Dylan, diolch yn fawr na adael I ti fynd nôl i'r pwynt sylwebu. Dyma ni te, rownd terfynol cynta'r diwrnod ac ni'n dechrau gyda senglau'r menywod. Dita Hedman yn erbyn y Gymraes. Captain Cymru, Rhian O'Sullivan, nôl â ni nawr at meistr y ddefod.
Welcome back to the 2026 Six Nations Cup. Coming to you live on S4C and the BBC iPlayer from the North Devon Resorts in Ilfracombe. Time now for the final of the women's singles. Introducing first, she is the reigning WDF World Champion, from England, the Caribbean Queen, Dita Hedman, OBE.
Dita Hedman, OBE, makes her way to the stage for yet another final. And what a glittering career. World champion last year. Will she be singles champion at the North Devon Resort in Ilfracombe on this Six Nations weekend? Laura Turner alongside me. Laura, someone you know really well. Dita Hedman, what a player, what a figurehead of darts, not just in England, globally.
Absolutely fantastic player. Great to be able to play alongside her as well. Yeah, there's not many things that Dita Hedman has not won over the years, and you just mentioned that one thing that was missing from the Stevie, the World Championships. Well, she's managed to get that under her belt, reigning WDF World Champion. And I think I heard it's 10 years since she's actually won this event.
That's
here.
correct. The same year, the first year they brought the singles in, and a certain Scott Mitchell
And
won
her
the men's.
opponent, she is a two-time WDF World Championship finalist. From Wales, Rhian O'Sullivan!
We've heard this song a couple of times, and we'll hear it a few times more because Wales are in all the finals at Ilfracombe. You can see Wales pretty clearly from here. They perform very, very well at Ilfracombe. Rhian O'Sullivan, the Welsh women's captain. One thing that is missing for her career is a world title. She loves playing for her country. She'd like to win the singles, but she's told us that her focus this weekend is on Wales becoming champions again. But we will see it at the lakeside, Laura, won't we?
Yeah, she's been playing very well, and we've always said it with Rhian, you know, the amount of experience that she's got at international level. I mean, two of the most decorated players for their countries are in this very final, so yeah, this is an event, it will mean a lot to both these players to pick up a win, to pick up the title, but ultimately both England and Wales have also got another final to think about a bit later.
Your referee, Mr. Jake Powell.
Yeah, they'll meet again in the final. You'll be playing in the women's final. This is a little warm-up. Doesn't count towards that final, which is a good thing. Dita Hedman, OB. Her run to the final. Susanna McGimpsey, Rachel Kingdon, Sophie McKinley defeated. Dropped 4 legs on the way, averaging 74.1. Rhian O'Sullivan has beaten Sarah Joyce, Paige Pauling, and unfortunately the lady alongside me, Laura Turner.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. She's always someone that's very difficult to get past. I managed to get the better of her in the semis last year, but it was Rhian's turn this year, and she's setting up a really exciting clash between the two country captains.
What's the hockey like, Laura? You've been there, you've experienced it. You know, temperature up there. It looks a great board to play on.
Yep, really nice stage, really good setup. The only thing I think today, more than any other, it's rather hot outside, and then obviously that then comes into the venue when you're under the lights and you feel a little bit of that pressure. Then that's sometimes a little bit telling.
O'Sullivan
104.
won the singles on 3 occasions, 2019, 23 and 24. She's got the hat-trick, looking for a 4th victory. And as Laura Turner said, Dita Hedman looking for a second, 10 years on from the first.
58.
Dita's legacy, her longevity in the game, it really does speak for itself.
How does she do it?
I don't know.
66 years young, I think she is.
22.
Yeah, but it goes to show, it's one of those sports that if you're still keen and interested and you keep enjoying playing the sport, then it can be, you can have this kind of career for a very long time.
Been at the very top for a long time.
100.
Nothing really has changed with Dita Hedman. Those unique tips of hers.
41.
There's the shake of the darts. really thin tips as well on these. No one else. Who else has tried it? Did Peter Wright try something with them?
Probably, yes.
He's tried everything else.
Absolutely, yeah. They took a while for a lot of us to kind of get used to seeing end to the board, and sometimes where the point is so thin, you don't actually always know where it lands. Dita included.
Yeah, she does ask the question sometimes because you're not sure if it's in or out of a treble.
99.
99 gets Dita Hedman to a finish on 1-2-4. Can O'Sullivan find a
45.
treble? No, she can't.
Dita, you require 124.
Says best of 9. It's a race to 5. In all the other rounds, it's been a race to 4. Best of 7, but the final extended because we want to see these two play for as long as we can.
That's 24 scores.
Yeah, and there you go. Just checking exactly where that dart has landed.
29.
Yeah, quite a thick barrel, thin tip. You can't see where the top
You
of it
can't.
is.
You really can't. It was a bit of a slip there. Opens the door slightly for O'Sullivan.
139.
Yeah.
Dita, you
Puts a
require
foot
95.
through that door. That was a little ajar. 95. Looks for treble 20. She doesn't. Went across. She's looking for treble 14 there, potentially.
67. 45. We only require 54.
And there's a real chance for O'Sullivan.
That likes the tops.
34.
A chance at double 10 as well. 2 darts
Dita,
in
you
this
require 50.
for Rhian O'Sullivan in this opening leg of the singles women's final. Tops for Dita Hedman. She has the darts. Will she have the first leg? Yes. Double 10 for Dita Hedman. Takes the opening leg of this final.
Big dart from Dita. O'Sullivan sat there ready to pounce, missed a couple of darts in the opening leg, and that could prove costly because for O'Sullivan, where she didn't win the ball, she's going to have to try and find a way of breaking Dita.
How do you pace yourself through these days, Laura? Because, you know, they're playing now. They've got another final as well.
81.
But you on the practice boards, we got a glimpse of O'Sullivan and Hedman warming up. But you don't know when the game's going to finish. You know, so how do you pace yourself to get yourself ready to get onto the stage?
I think you've just got to keep an eye on the progress that the match before you was making. We've mentioned how much experience these two girls have got, and ultimately they will be used to having to deal with not quite knowing how the schedule's going to go.
60.
You just want to relax, just get a few practice starts underway. And then if the game before you just looks like it's going on and extending, it's just
41.
So just making sure you're ready. Because the switch of that, yes, it can go on longer, but actually they can be cut short quite quickly as well, especially these one-leg games.
Unbelievably, they can be over in a flash. It's a brutal format. And O'Sullivan,
100.
not quite on her A game yet, is she?
No, not yet.
104.
But she has the ability to just find an extra gear when she needs it.
Have you seen O'Sullivan with a different mindset this weekend? You know, your friends, and I've just seen her a lot more focused this weekend and quite determined to win. Maybe not this title, which she could win, but certainly the women's team.
Yeah, again, experience and the fact, obviously, that they didn't win it last time out. You come back just with that extra bit of resilience. And so O'Sullivan has found the first maximum.
Said she didn't find her A game. 41, 83, 41. Then she's gone a ton 40 and a ton 80.
I do think these players do it just to prove the commentators wrong.
Do you think they have a link directly to us?
It feels like it
does sometimes. It's so strange in that sense.
Rhian requires.
It's almost like I've said, "Come on, Rhian, pull your socks up." Okay, I will.
Then
Then it is.
second leg.
Double 8.
Rhian O'Sullivan.
Wham bam.
Third leg against Dita at the throw first.
They're all square
Game on.
in the singles final. A leg apiece in a race to 5.
Yeah, it's a good response from Rhian, out in 16 darts.
These
are long weekends, and you're almost a victim of your own success, because obviously the more you're in things, the more you do have to plan and map out exactly how you're going to go from
104
right the way back on Friday morning, where we started the singles at 10 o'clock, and we're still then playing right into the evening. They are long days.
That's going back to my question, how does Dita Hedman do it? She really must look after herself. She has a routine that she sticks to, and a routine that works. I was listening to Henry Deacon in comms, and he mentioned 256 titles.
40.
And the rest, maybe you don't know.
Oh, I think it will be a case of and the rest.
David Davis, Mitchell Laurie, pods in, listening to whatever calms the nerves before their final. The men's singles final coming up for you later.
60. $100.
Contrasting styles, different tempos. What do you like? Playing against a player that's similar tempo to you, or do you like fast, slow, what?
Yeah, I do struggle against a slightly more methodical player, let's say. I prefer someone who is faster.
100.
Methodical, well put. O'Sullivan's in there again.
137.
And a quick glance at the scoreboard for the switch down. Dita finds the trouble with that first dart. Will put some pressure on O'Sullivan's 84 to break the darts in this third leg. O'Sullivan for double 8.
68. Dita, you require 118.
Dita needs to find a big finish.
Treble needed, treble found. Yes, it is in Dita. What about this one?
80.
Oh, on the wire.
Rian, you require
O'Sullivan
16.
back for double 8. Double 4 across the board. Yes, for Rian O'Sullivan.
Rian O'Sullivan.
2-1 up is the
Full-legged
Welsh captain.
Rian
But more than that, Laura, she broke the darts of Dita Hedman.
Yeah, it was a really solid leg once again. Dita with one dart off the back of the 118 finish to have just held her throw, but you have to say it was a really strong leg from Rian.
A response needed then from Dita Hedman.
$55.
There's a double 4, centre of the bed. Ever since I said she hasn't brought her A-game,
100.
she's completely emptied the A-game out over everywhere.
Yeah, she has back-to-back tons in leg number 4. I think that's the other thing when you have the combination of doing the team event and doing the singles event. You're up on that stage a lot longer, obviously, when you're playing in these singles. And I have already mentioned the heat, especially when you're under the lights.
Caught a glimpse of the averages there. I think Hedman was ahead in the averages. But that doesn't really paint the picture of darts sometimes, does it? Not in tournaments or in legs, in matches. You know, it's getting to the double and finishing.
They're a guide. They are a good guide, but if someone has one strong leg and your opponent has a slightly off leg, it can just really skew what you're trying to interpret.
$36. Rian, you require
Getting ready
106.
for the final. Wales against Scotland there as well.
58.
Funny how it works sometimes, isn't it? You know, the singles are all Wales against England, and so's the Ladies' Cup, and then, you know, it's similar again in the men's.
Yes.
You bring form to a weekend, and that carries through to all formats of the tournament.
Yeah, it should be an exciting final between those two.
180. Rian, you require 48.
180 for Dita Hedman, leaves her on 45. 16, double 16, just outside.
Game shot
Last start on the inside.
Rhian O'Sullivan.
Finger in the air. Ferret-esque
Fifth leg, it's
for
Dita
Rhian O'Sullivan.
Game on.
She's 3-1 ahead. Dita Hedman needs to respond.
Yeah, it's just one breaker throw, but still in a race to 5. Find yourself on the wrong end of a result very quickly indeed.
81.
But Dita will be relying on all her experience, just not panicking at this point.
60.
She'll be thinking to herself, right, hold throw here and then try and get yourself back into the match.
Rhian O'Sullivan lost the first leg, but then she's gone 16, 18 and 18 darts in response to Dita Hedman's first leg at 24 darts.
You can forgive them that, can't you? Obviously, it's sometimes quite edgy coming out in a final. Need a leg or so to settle down.
Good to play a singles final before you then go on to the team final?
Helpful if you win it.
Yeah, how do you change them? You know, you go back as a team captain if one of these is going to lose and then they're going to go back to their team. But how do you G things up because you've just lost your match?
You lose more matches than you win, ultimately. Yes, you can be disappointed. And the team final, there's a couple of hours to get over it. It's not till 7 o'clock this evening. So yeah, you won't be happy if you're on the wrong end of the result. But ultimately, you're still one of only 2 people to have made it this far. So they're just trying to find the positives.
Positives and trebles for Dita Hedman.
100.
Just the one. Hedman on 154.
95. Dita, you require 154.
Yeah. That's got 6 darts from this position. That last dart slipping into treble 5 for O'Sullivan means she's not yet on a finish.
That treble 1 is not going to help Dita, though. Needs to find a big treble.
23.
Smiling to herself as again, just double checking what she scored.
42.
Can O'Sullivan make a dent in this 186?
60.
Can't find a treble.
Dita, you require 112.
We saw Hedman miss the 118 finish on double 19. Now looking for the 112.
52.
Well, that did look in.
It did. I actually had to look closer at the screen.
I heard the 40 and I'm thinking, hang on, that is in. Won't get a chance
86.
at the ball. A good setup, though.
Dita, you require 60.
Tops for O'Sullivan. 60 needed for Dita Hedman.
Yeah, this feels crucial for Hedman. Trying to play it safe, just overcooks the first dart, but 1 dart to go within a leg.
20. Rhian, you require 40.
Another chance then for Rhian O'Sullivan to get 1 leg closer to the 5 that she needs. Oh, thought he was in. She took a step. Double 10.
20.
3 darts.
Dita, you
for
require
O'Sullivan.
40.
Yeah, we've all done that. That dart would have left Rhian's hand. Felt perfect. And that one is perfect from Dita Hedman. Just a hold the throat.
Almost feels like there's a bit of tension on the stage there, Laura. You know, I know they say, oh, we're here to win the team competition, but you're in a final and you know what it's like to win this competition. It's right up there.
It definitely is, yeah. It's almost like you're trying to convince yourself, don't worry. This is kind of the start of the main course is the team event, but of course it would be great to win this.
10 years after she first won it, Dita Hedman looking to lift that trophy again.
43.
England teammates looking on.
That's a huge part of this weekend as well. You know that you've got a men's and women's team, but it's a team, isn't it? You know, you all work together.
Yep, we really do. Get behind every single one of our team.
$125.
Solid visit from Dita.
140.
Response from Rhian O'Sullivan. She has the darts in this leg. A leg that'll put a 1 away from the 5 she needs. But Dita Hedman piling the pressure on.
104.
A bit disappointed with the last dart, but that's just edged her in front.
100.
Steady turn for Rhian O'Sullivan, leaves her on 120. She hit that to get the Welsh team into the final last night.
85. Rhian, you require 120.
Overreach for Dita on the last start. And the shot's on for Rhian O'Sullivan.
100. Dita, you require 100.
Quick look to the gods. She knew she had a chance there. It's a big ask for Dita Hedman, 108. But if anyone can do it, Dita can.
Yes,
68 left, taking a time.
60. Rhian, you require
With the
20.
treble 20 to leave her on a double, which O'Sullivan is on. Double 10, up to double 5. She can't finish now. Frustration written all over her face.
Dita, you require
the score.
48.
It's a big opportunity incoming. It's a real swing leg. It could put O'Sullivan within 1, or Dita can level up here for 3-all.
She needs another double 8.
$43.
Had to go over the first
Rhian,
dart
you
to
require
try and
20.
find double 8 for a second time. She couldn't. O'Sullivan back at double 10. Another 2 darts, a miss.
No score.
Shake of the head. It's a slip for Rhian.
Dita, you require 5.
5 darts. And a double for O'Sullivan. Double 2 for Dita Hedman. Double 1 to make it all square.
Game.
3-all. Dita Hedman finds double 1. We have a game. She breaks O'Sullivan.
Dita at the full first. Game
And
on.
she has the darts throwing here. Crucial leg, as Laura Turner said.
Yeah, there's been a couple of key moments in this match so far for me. Rhian O'Sullivan missed a couple in the opening leg, and Dita punished. She missed a couple about midway through, and Dita managed to get past her, but 5 in the last for Rhian O'Sullivan.
100.
I just think sometimes it's a bit telling, the pressure that starts to emerge when you're very close to doing something massive.
100.
Yeah, O'Sullivan, like you said, Laura, had 3 darts in leg 5. She had 5 in leg 6. That could have been the match. Game, set, and match right there.
And even if you're not kind of free-flowing and playing perhaps as well as you know you can do, you can play yourself into 4 in one of these matches. We might just be seeing that from Dita here.
83. $100.
Scott Mitchell's been telling me about followers. If you hit the first one in, they tend to follow them in. There's different techniques in the darting world, and Rhian O'Sullivan is very much one of those that follows the first one in.
Yeah, we call them first dart merchants. Because you're right, especially people that throw with a real rhythm and a real pace.
72.
The landing of that first dart is all important because you don't have a lot of time to adjust if you get the first one wrong.
Well, first one was pretty good from O'Sullivan,
100.
but Dita Hedman
Dita, you require
146 to go ahead for the first time since the first leg. Finds the big treble. Can't find treble 18.
69.
It's treble 2.
It's a 3 treble visit, but 2 of the ones were not the ones she wanted.
Absolutely. O'Sullivan starts down. Couldn't see it, unless she hasn't hit the treble 17 to start with.
93. Dita, you require 77.
77 for Dita Hedman, 48 for Rhian O'Sullivan. 3 legs apiece in this singles final. The Six Nations singles. The bull.
47.
No.
Jack 45.
It's not the worst slip in the world if she does get the opportunity to come back to the hockey.
Double 9.
39. Dita, you require 32.
Score for show, doubles for dough.
Absolutely.
Hedman to go ahead. Come up to double 12.
I'm not sure that she thought that first one was in the single 8.
What'd she hit that? She's hit 2 single 8s. And she needs a double 8 now.
24.
3 8s. Do not make 32.
Rhian, you require 9.
9 for O'Sullivan. Double 4. It's getting nervy in this final.
5.
And O'Sullivan simply cannot find
Dita,
a double.
you require 8.
Same target for Dita Hedman.
Trying to work her way in. Now double 2 to take the lead. For the first time since the opening leg.
8 flag, it's Rhian to throw first.
Rhian has the darts, but she's missed some considerable doubles now, Laura. Not just in this final, but what about the next final? Can she get rid of all that kind of baggage of missing doubles in time for the next one and getting back into this?
And that's the key thing, is being able to kind of just draw a line under it and refocus on the next event. So they've got the experience to be able to do that.
40.
You can see Rhian, the cogs are turning. She's thinking about it.
60.
Little blow on the fingers, just indicating again, like we were saying before.
Yeah, how hot it is on that stage.
Definitely.
And the temperature, you know, it's gone up outside, which means inevitably it's going to go up on stage as well. A lot of players have towels, some have them on them, some have them bring them with them. Jared Cole watching on. Wales men really impressive against their English counterparts. As O'Sullivan finds a 1080 and a little go on.
A huge visit at the right time for Rhian O'Sullivan.
140.
Great response from Dita Hedman. We see the 180 again. She put a 1040 in. 161 she was looking for. Looking to set this up.
125.
She does that brilliantly. She'll be back for double 18.
Yeah, it's a really good scoring leg, isn't it, for Rhian O'Sullivan, down to a double after just a dozen darts thrown.
45. Rhian, you require
She is on a double. The big question is, can Rhian O'Sullivan hit one?
No score.
Yeah, I get it. She's had a look over at the score, saw Dita's not on a finish and opted to bust.
Dita trying to put some pressure on. But O'Sullivan will have another
28.
good couple of goes at
Rhian,
double
you
18.
require 36.
Dita will already be thinking about the last leg now, that deciding leg.
Game shot and
Fifth time I'm asking for Rhian O'Sullivan, and we are all square. We're in
ninth and final
to the
leg.
ninth and final leg, and Dita
Game on.
has the darts. How crucial is that? That's determined by a bull-off, isn't it?
Yep, bull up before the match, out the back in the practice area. It can be all important, but we've seen a few breaker throws already in this match.
60.
Well, if O'Sullivan wants a fourth title, she'll have to break Dita Hedman, and she'll have to find more than 45 in response to Dita's 60.
85.
Huge last start. It's a big pick-off for Dita Hedman.
Sullivan
22.
lost the line twice there. 22 in a leg. That will decide who is victorious in the women's singles Six Nations tournament. Into the treble again, Dita Hedman goes.
100.
Steady ton.
Needs another.
100.
Can't find it.
Yeah, quite often, I've said it before, that last start, that last leg, the one that gets you across the line is quite often the hardest.
The auditorium is so quiet. You know, if people watch darts and are tuning into this and they tune into PDC things, then it's completely different.
Very.
This is, you know, the very respectful, traditional darts audience.
Yeah, and don't forget, there are plenty of supporters here, but quite a lot of the people that are out there are players as well. So, yeah, they do have... You end up just kind of just watching and appreciating.
Yeah. Well, think about that. Going to the darts and actually watching the darts.
Yeah, I know.
77.
O'Sullivan needs 2 trebles now. Can she find the one? Yes.
81. Dita, you
Yeah, and it's an
require
important one because
190.
it does put her on a finish. Biggest finish of all.
Dita had a little smile there when she looked at the scoreboard and saw that O'Sullivan was on 170. Tops for the match.
99.
Pulls that one.
We only
Can
require
Rhian O'Sullivan
170.
pull it out of the bag with a big fish? That's 1. That's 2. Bull.
145.
What a finish that would have been.
Wow.
Dita Hedman
20.
just claps her thigh and goes, what an effort, Rhian. But it's double 10 for Dita Hedman.
Double 5.
Always a toughie. Has to go for it in this last start and finds it. Dita Hedman victorious in the women's charity singles in the Six Nations tournament. A great match. Lots of doubles missed by Rhian O'Sullivan. She almost got the big fish to win it. But Dita Hedman secures a second singles title. Final score, Dita Hedman 5, Rhian O'Sullivan 4. We're going to go to some ads and we'll have some chat and analysis when we return.
calon i'r Gymraes Rhian O'Sullivan, Dita Hedman yn brwydro yn ôl I gipio pencampwriaeth y Chwe Gwlad. Ie, croeso nôl ato ni, oedd hi ddim I fod I Rhian O'Sullivan yn diwedd. Mae'r ddwy ohonyn nhw, Rhian a Dita fan hyn ar y llwyfan gyda fi. Rhian, na I ddod ato ti gynta. Oedd hi ddim I fod heddi, nid y perfformiad gorau ni wedi gweld wrtho ti penwythnos yma, achos ti wedi bod ar dan lan hyd hyn.
A dwbls, os nag ych chi'n bwrw dwbls o'ch chi'n ennill, so na beth oedd y broblem heddi, ond tîm nawr ni'n cael nhw bwyntio arno.
Yn bendant, a pan I ti'n wara yn erbyn rhywun fel Dita, neiff I cosbi ti, I'm just saying, Dita, when you come up against a player like yourself, you know, you will punish them.
Yeah, yn bendant. Yeah, ond, yeah, ni edrych mlaen i'r tîm game nawr, so...
Yn gwybod, achos mae yna rown derfynol I ddod rhwng Cymru a Lloegr, tîm menywod, fel o ti'n gweud, pa mor bwysig yw nawr, bod hwn ddim yn effeithio ti a bod ti'n ffocysu ar y rown derfynol yna?
Wel, mae rhaid mynd mlaen nawr a canolbwyntio ar hwnna. Ni'n gwybod fel tîm ni'n gryf, so mae rhaid mynd mlaen I wneud hwnna.
Dita, I'll come to you next. Look... Huge congratulations, Dita. I know just how much the Six Nations, how much this tournament means to you, how much you enjoy it, and I know as well how much you two, how much respect you have for Rhian. Just a note on the fact that you've clinched this title once again.
I was glad Rhian couldn't hit her doubles. And I'm hoping that she can't hit it in the team game as well. But it's a different game. It's only one leg, so, you know, that's anybody's game, one leggers. But, yeah, I was just glad she couldn't hit her doubles and I took my chance.
And I know we spoke yesterday. It's 10 years ago since you last won this very title. 10 years, you've still got it, Dita. It feels like you're just going from strength to strength every year.
I don't know, I have my moments. But, yes, I was reminded it was 10 years ago. But, you know, when you play for your country, anyone can win it. And we were just fortunate that we hit our doubles the last dart thrown and we were here today. And again, Rhian missed her doubles, as I said, and I threw the last dart. So that's all you can ask for.
Absolutely. And look, Dita, one title down, one more to go now. You two are facing each other in the women's final later tonight. How are England feeling going into that one, Dita?
You heard that. He said we're knackered. But in fairness, it's the same for all of us. We just got to pick ourselves up, get up here and do the best we can. And as I said, and I will always say, as long as we throw the last dart.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, we cannot wait for that final. I will now hand over to the MC, Jack Goward, for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's trophy time. Your presentation party, on behalf of England Darts, the chairman, Mr. Tommy Thompson, and from the North Devon Resort, the Deputy General Manager, Mr. Jason Hayes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, commiserations to our runner-up, Rhian O'Sullivan, but receiving the trophy, your champion, Dita Hedman! One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Six Nations Women's Singles Champion, Dita Hedman!
Llongyfarchiadau enfawr I Dita Hedman, pencampwraig Senglau'r Menywod, Ddartiau, Chwe, Gwlad, 2026. Wel, I ni mynd am egwyl fer iawn fan hyn, ond pidwch mynd unrhyw le achos I ddod fe fydd y Cymro David Davies yn herio'r Albanwr ifanc Mitchell Lawry yn rown derfynol y dynion. Pidwch mynd yn bell. Croeso nôl I Ilfracwm ar gyfer pencampwriaeth Ddartiau y Chwe Gwlad 2026. Nawr, un o brif straeon y byd Ddartiau eleni yw datblygiad a llwyddiant y gŵr ifanc o'r Alban yn 15 mlwydd oed, Mitchell Lawry. Mae pawb yn gweud taw hwn yw'r Luke Littler nesaf. Ond, nithwr, pan oedd yr Alban yn ware yn erbyn Cymru, fe nath David Davies o Gymru profi bod modd curo'r gŵr ifanc yn awr mae'r ddau ohonyn nhw yn cwrdd unwaith eto.
Un dart ar ôl. O, crafu'r weiren. Mitchell Lawry. Mae gweddill y tîm yn methu credu.
Un treble dau. Yna. Sengl deg. Double top.
Un dart ar ôl. O! David Davies! Unwaith eto. Y marw y pencampwriaeth y Chwe Gwlad.
You're facing Mitchell Lawry again in the singles then to come, so we'll have another rematch of what we just saw.
I'm already 1-0 up, aren't I? So, yeah, wish him all the best tomorrow.
David Davies obviously beat me in the last leg decider, and he said to the cameras, I think, that it was 1-0 to him.
I'm already 1-0 up.
But I think he's forgetting that I battered him 4-0 in Killarney. So, one leg versus an actual game, and I was a winner in that one, so we'll see how we get on.
It's definitely a bit of banter, but if he has taken it as in anyway, and then he comes back and batters me, then I should have said it. But no, it's all mind games. It's all a bit of banter. I get on with him and he gets on with me. So it's it's just a bit of a little bit of play talk, we'll say.
I'm ready for a fight, and I'm definitely going to win.
Un ar ôl. Dros nesaf i'r 51, double 15.
Playing Scott was a really hard match. I should have maybe won the game more comfortably. But yeah, I'm now ready for this final more than ever.
He's one hell of a talent. He's a great lad as well. He's going to do some really good things in the world of darts, and rightly so. But I'm up for the challenge. I back myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens at the end.
Yeah, I really want to win this trophy now. I think there's much more fire in the belly, especially after that last leg and coming off and hearing a few of his comments, shall we say. I'm definitely really fired up for it now.
He is beatable. He's just another dart player at the end of the day, but a very good one. So, like I said, I back myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens later on tonight. And on Father's Day, yeah, why not? Why not do that?
Ie, fi'n joio bod yna elyniaeth wedi ffurfio rhwng David Davies a Mitchell Lawry. Mae Dylan wedi dod i ymuno a fi fan hyn. Ie, mae yna bach o densiwn rhwng y ddau nhw. Nag oes ar ôl be ddigwyddodd nithwr.
Ie, mae bach o nigel i gael na. Mae wastad neis gael bach o space rhwng ddau chwaraewr. Ond ie, David Davies, mae wedi chwarae erbyn enigma arall y byd Ddartiau, os lici di Luke Littler llynedd yn yr Ali Pali. A fi'n credu mae hwnnw siwod wedi paratoi ar gyfer gemau tebyg i hyn. Ond mae Mitchell Lawry, mae e just ddim stop i'r crwt, really. Mae'n sgorio mor drwm. Fi'n teimlo'n bu rhaid i David gadw dagen gynnar, neu un canlyniad sy'n mynd i fod yn y gêm a fi'n teimlo. Ie,
ti'n cael y teimlad. Mae'n bwysig bod David Davies, dau ni gyd yn nabod ar y cwrs. Ond David ar y teledu, a mae'r ddau o nhw fan hyn yn twymo lan gefen y llwyfan. Nawr, chi'n gallu gweld, mae'r ddau o nhw gyda'i earbuds nhw mewn, os maen nhw'n siarad gyda'i gilydd. Ond Dylan, yn y sefyllfa yma, beth sy'n mynd trwy meddylu ar chwaraewyr? Maen nhw in sync, ydych?
Ie, o ran David, dechrau'n gloi, achos ni wedi gweld unwaith mae Mitchell yn cael y gwynt yn ei hwyliau. Mae'n anodd iawn i stopio fe. O beth ni wedi gweld oddi wrth 2 wythnos yma yn cystadlaeth y tîmoedd a yn yr gêm unigol, mae wedi codi gêm o beth ni wedi gweld ar camerau S4C yn y gorffennol. Felly, ie, rhaid dechrau'n gyflym, neu so fe mynd i cael cyfle i giro Mitchell, fi'n teimlo.
Yn bendant, dechrau'n gyflym, a wedyn ni... Fel i ti'n curo Mitchell Lawry, Dylan? Os yna gyfrinach o gwbl?
Wel, os bod Mitchell yn mynd 180, mae rhaid ti ddilyn gyda 180, a mae rhaid ti'n sgorio'n drwm o ran 140 bob un a hyn taflu ddi mewn. A os bod dau yn cael y shots yma, 120, 130, mae rhaid ti bod un treble, mae rhaid i'r cyfleoedd hynny fynd, achos fel ni wedi gweld gyda Mitchell, dwi ddim yn cael 2 ymweliad gwael ar ôl ei gilydd, felly mae rhaid i 2, os bod e'n cael ei gyfle, gymryd y tro cyntaf bob tro.
Felly, ti mond yn gweld hwn yn mynd un ffordd. Mitchell Lorry amdani, ti'n meddwl?
Mae'n anodd gweld dau yn ennill, felly mae Mitchell yn ffefryn cryf I fi odi.
OK, wel Dylan, diolch yn fawr na adael I ti fynd nôl i'r pwynt sylwebu. Dyma ni te, rownd derfynol, senglau'r dynion, y gŵr ifanc o'r Alban, Mitchell Lorry, yn erbyn y Cymro, David Davies.
Welcome back to the 2026 Six Nations Cup. Coming to you live on S4C and the BBC iPlayer from the North Devon Resort in Ilfracombe. Time now for the final of the men's singles. Introducing first the 2025 WDF World Championship finalist and the reigning WDF Boys World Champion from Scotland, it's Wesox, Mitchell Lorry!
So Mitchell Lorry is hoping to do the double, and by doing the double, David Davies could be a big thorn in his side, looking to win the singles and then win the team for Scotland. These two have got a bit of history. That 104 you saw there from David Davies to see a last leg win in the team game between Scotland and Wales yesterday. And Mitchell Lorry wants his revenge, and the first step towards it is to try and get the better of him in the Six Nations singles final. Lakeside runner-up last year, we watched that here of course on S4C. He was so impressive in getting over the line in his semi-final. What can he do here? We're about to find out.
And his opponent, he is a WDF World Cup gold medalist from Wales, David Davies!
Well, David Davies has started this war of words with the teenager, saying in his post-match interview after pinning that 104 that he is 1-0 up already over Mitchell Lorry. Be interested to see whether that spurs him on, or whether those comments may have potentially backfired against Guy, who made his debut at the PDC World Championships last year. He's guaranteed, no matter what, to be at the Lakeside come the end of 2026, courtesy of winning the Irish Open last year, but also in that festival in Killarney. He lost 4-0 to Mitchell Lorry, which Mitchell wasn't shy in coming forward and telling the world. And so first to five to see who the champion is going to be in the men's singles at the 2026 Six Nations. And a man who picked this title up 10 years ago is alongside me here in the commentary box in Scott Mitchell. And there's quite a tasty, fiery dynamic about this particular contest, isn't there?
Yeah, there seems to be. The young man doesn't seem to... it doesn't take too much to get him into match mode, and I don't think it's because he's looking for an argument. I think he's using it. He's being very clever and very sensible of one of such slender years. He's using it as his motivation, and long may that continue. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think any of us would have felt any different over that.
You've seen a lot in this sport. However, have you ever seen a war of words between a middle-aged man and a 15-year-old?
First leg, it's Mitchell to throw
once
first.
outside our local chip shop, but it was nothing to do with darts whatsoever. But yes, I know what you're saying. It's usually he's a confident young man, and he's not going to be bullied by anybody. And I think that was a bit of an old school tactic there from David Davies that maybe backfires on him. Who knows?
Well, David Davies won the leg yesterday in the team event. Mitchell Lorry won the bull-up in the practice room.
60.
If we're really going to point score, it's 1-1. But in terms of both players' routes to this final, David Davies had to get the better
56.
of two Welsh teammates. Beat Mark Vlehert by 4-3 in the last 16. Got the better of Liam Meek by 4-1 in the quarterfinals. Averaged just a shade under 94 in that particular contest. And then, as we saw here on S4C on Friday night, got the better of Gwlad Beaven by a 4-2 margin. As for
60.
Mitchell Lorry, he was involved in a humdinger of a contest against Scott Robinson. Hasn't had it his own way whatsoever. Beat Beaven in the first round 4-2. Then Sean Holly 4-0 in the last 16. Gary Surgener was the next to be deposed, again by that 4-2 margin, and then averaging just a shade over 97 to get the better of Scott Robertson in a last leg decider. James Ward, the Scotland manager, giving his man a word of advice. The first 180 is a Davis 180, and he's looking to get an early breaker throw here. Potential 14 Ddartiau to get things up and running here for Dai. Went for the 25 to leave double 18. 12 score, 49 left. 9 for double top. 15 Ddartiau. David Davis draws first blood. And gets the breaker throw that he needs if he's going to win this contest. I know this is very individual for both Mitchell and David, but actually, can this game have somewhat of an effect when we get to the team finals a little bit later on the season, dependent on the result?
Yeah, maybe. It could well do. I think it's two very different games. I think that it would give Scotland a lift going into the game against Wales, having been pipped by the odd leg yesterday. They do say it's a new game and a new day.
45.
It's 100% sure that this will have any bearing on that final. I think that you've got 5 players that will be fired up to win. Their teams haven't won it for a long time, and so yeah, they'll be fired up to win.
Well, Davies needs a maxi to leave himself on a finish, and as you can see, when those darts are thrown, they are thrown. Those points go deep into, on that occasion, the treble 20 bit a couple of times.
100.
Dai's got 6 from here to move himself to the good. What do you give for 136? He got the second treble 20 there, would have looked down for the 16 to leave himself on tops 82. After 12. Does leave himself on a 2 Ddartiau after 4 visits to the board.
$59. David, you require 94.
So this for 2 zip. Tops it is. Would have been for back-to-back 15 Ddartiaus.
You require 142.
Getting frustrated with himself, Laurie 64. Here, talking to himself.
David, you require 20.
So double 10.
David
David. Only needed 31 darts to go 2-0 to the good. 15 followed by a 16, average around 97. And David Davis
60.
Had an early cushion in this game.
Davies would have had a game plan coming into here. I would say that it's going to plan. He would have wanted to have broken early.
100.
That's exactly what he's done. And the game plan from there on will be hold throw whenever he gets the opportunity.
$140.
But I get the sense Mitchell Laurie is one of those players that one good visit can just change the whole course of everything.
I think that's the story for most of his age group, I've got to be honest with you. Playing a few vaults around my area, and there's lots of guys that are under 17, 16 that are playing.
100.
They'll be going 45, 45, and then all of a sudden they go 140, 140. There's bursts. And I think it's sort of a pretty... I know it sounds like a generalisation, but it is the way in general of the guys of that age.
Well, 6-1-2-1 to get some kind of foothold in this contest. He had to kind of stick upstairs there on the treble 20. If he found the 60, probably would have incorporated the 25 to leave himself on a 2 Ddartiau. As he may have it, leaves himself on 110.
60. Mitchell, you require
The one
110.
big treble needed with the first two to give himself a poke at a double. He's got it with dart 1. He's going to get a look at tops of the 110. He gets the 110 and he gets himself into the contest. He felt like that was vitally important.
Yeah, agree. It was important to not let David Davies get away. It was important for the young lad's confidence
100.
to poke the 110. The thing that I like about him is his composure. The composure is wise beyond his years. Yeah, we saw a few words to himself down that second leg when he went 2-0 down, but he's regrouped and
85.
not hung on to how he felt at the time. He's put that behind him, and this is his biggest attribute. Yes, he is a very talented individual. Yes, he does have a certain amount of natural ability, but the bit that I find the best with him is the bit between the ears. You cannot teach that. And he has all the right things between the ears in abundance, and that's natural.
Ewan Horsell watching on, but watching on with the earphones in. He wants to support his teammate David Davies, but he's also dialed into his own task in the team final a little bit later on.
Yeah, Horsell will be listening to probably S Club 7, Reach for the Stars. Thinking of the final coming up. He's a big S Club 7 fan.
64.
Really smart that from David. The 25 leaves himself on the 170.
1.5.
That top 40 has left Mitchell Ollie on a 2-darter to bring this game back level to 2-2. And he is going to get a look of it because Davis isn't going to take out the big fish.
96. Mitchell, you require 68.
We know Mitchell Laurie is more than capable of these bursts of legs. Took out the 110. And double 18 is bound to level its match up at 2-2 with back-to-back 15 dart legs.
Game on.
Well, David Davis' 2-0 lead has been evaporated, and now Mitchell Laurie really is getting his claws into this contest.
140.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, isn't it?
Well, going into this fifth leg, Mitchell Laurie averaging 91.2, David Davis 92.38. Fair standards, and I suppose even more applaudable when you consider the fact that these two all weekend have by and large been playing one leg on, one leg off. I suppose the counter-argument now for both players is it's difficult to get into a rhythm because the matches are slightly longer. Or at least how long they're playing for is slightly longer.
85.
Yeah, agreed. It's a bit of a challenge tour format, isn't it?
100.
Best of 9, first to 5, but of course Mitchell Laurie won't have played in that yet. David Davis may have played a few, but Mitchell Laurie hasn't.
Challenge Tour winner David Davis, and because of Mitchell's age, he's still ineligible to play in any PDC tournament as of yet.
Speaking to him in Denmark, he's quite happy being a youth at the moment. He said, I don't think there's any big need to rush off there and start doing things. And I just love his mature attitude and the fact that the lad's good, but he's very humble alongside it, and appreciative of what's going on around him. He's just, again, it's all those bits between the ears. It's bullseye here, and those are the bits that we're talking about. You don't just look at it and throw it in and hope. There's an element of, I know I can hit this.
15, 15, 15 for Mitchell Laurie to turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead. Over the course of the last 3 legs, he's averaging 100.2. And And that bullseye has potentially turned this game on its head. David Davies came charging out the traps. But Mitchell Lawrie is well on top now.
He nearly started playing too well, didn't he? And made Mitchell Lawrie come with him. Sometimes I feel with these clashes, if they're a bit scrappy and they stay scrappy, neither player sort of gets going. But David Davies was playing okay at the start, and Mitchell knew he had to up his game. And without over-trying and without overthinking it, he's just gone with the flow, and before you know it, he's 3-2 up.
Well, this is a precursor to the final that Wales and Scotland will play in the team competition. And that will be live on the S4C YouTube channel and the BBC iPlayer later on tonight, as well as the women's final, which will feature that lady there, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who has found the best pre-match fuel possible, a packet of onion rings. Second 180 for Mitchell. Leaving himself for 1-2-4 after 9.
100.
He may be forced to take this out.
124.
May have to be back-to-back bullseye finishes potentially. Triple 18 to leave it. Unable to muster. Davies 104 to get back on terms.
41. David, you require 104.
He's found the triple 18. He's going to get a dart at double tops to level up. Just low.
84. Mitchell, you require 83.
Double 16 for a 4-2 lead after David Davies missed that dart at tots to level. And he's been punished for it.
Mitchell Lawrie. 7 flag, it's Mitchell.
4 on the trot now for Mitchell Lawrie. And the young man, from being 2 down, stayed composed, didn't panic, believed in his ability, and on he's gone. David Davies, you feel from here, is going to have to produce a mighty set of darts to stop him winning 5-2 here.
$100.
4 consecutive 15 dart legs, 4 consecutive 5 visit legs, which is, in terms of average over a sustained course, 100.2, which is forcing David Davies against the throw to win legs in 12 darts.
105.
156 to get it wrapped up. David Davies led this game 2-0. Mitchell Lawrie.
100. Mitchell, you require 156.
156 to seal the title. Not to be this time.
60.
All David Davies can do is hit big and apply pressure. 140 leads and tops. That's not going to be. But Mitchell Lawrie's combination finishing has been on point in this final.
84.
And he's looking at 96 here to seal the title. Goes double 19, double 19. This would be some way to sign off.
58.
Not to be.
David, you require 96.
Brilliant bit of change of thinking there. He was blocked on the treble 20. Headed to the hills. Will he go straight at the double 19 is the question. He hit it with his first start. Lovely.
Require 38.
He's got to split this. Double 14, having hit a single 10 for the title. Mitchell Lawrie is the main man in the Six Nations singles in 2026. And that might be a marker laid down ahead of the meeting between Scotland and Wales in the team final later on this evening. David Davies opened up a 2-0 lead before Mitchell Lawrie rattled off 5 on the spin, 4 of them in 15 darts. It was a superb run to the line from the teenage sensation. Mitchell Lawrie is the 2026 Six Nations champion in the singles division. Scotland are going to get at least a title this weekend, and Wesox has delivered it. Mitchell Lawrie is the Six Nations champion. Reaction to come after the break.
Y dwbl 14 ath a hi yn y diwedd i'r Albanwr ifanc Mitchell Lawry, pencampwr Chwe Gwlad 2026. Ie, mae fe'n olwg cyfarwydd iawn i ni fan hyn ar S4C, yr Albanwr ifanc Mitchell Lawry yn ennill. Mitchell, huge congratulations. I'll come to you in a moment. But David Davis, commiserations. How tough was that up there, especially after you had a cracking start against Mitchell?
I prefer the one-leggers, to be honest. I would have won again, wouldn't I? But no, I came out of the traps really quick, and then Mitchell kicked in, and he didn't give me anything. I missed the odd double here and there, but to be fair, he's one hell of a talent. It was a tough ask, and yeah, a clash showing through at the end.
Yeah, how hard is it once this young man gets going?
Yeah. No, it is hard. It is hard, but yeah, my eyes and focus now are on the team event, and I hope he's got a good army behind him because the Welsh are coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we cannot wait for that final. Mitchell, I'll come to you next. I was just saying it's a very familiar sight to us on S4C, seeing you clinch all of these titles. We've got a hairbrush for you. Your hair looks great. Your hair looks great. Don't worry. But look, how much does it mean to you that you've won the men's singles Six Nations here in Ilfracombe?
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, this isn't really the big one, but you know, obviously, as I said, we've got the team event, and obviously I know my army are very strong, so I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, how much are you looking forward to this final now? A huge event to come tonight against the Welsh boys.
Yeah, can't wait. I believe we'll go up there and do the job, as I said in our interview. I know the Welsh are a very strong team, but I believe our team's better.
Now, I just want to check that you two are friends, because there's been a bit of niggle over the last 24 hours after last night's match, but we're all good? We're all good, yeah? For now. Well, Mitch, look, huge congratulations. I will now hand back over to the MC for the trophy presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's trophy time. Your presentation party, on behalf of England Darts, the chairman, Mr. Tommy Thompson, and from the North Devon Resort, the Deputy General Manager, Mr. Jason Hayes. Commiserations to your runner-up, Mr. David Davis, but your winner receiving the trophy from Scotland, Mitchell Lawry! One more time, your 2026 Six Nations Men's Singles Champion, Mitchell Lawry! Ie, llongyfarchiadau enfawr I Mitchell Lawry. Dylan, o ti'n lyged ti? Dyle, o ti'n iawn, o ti'n rhagweld taw Mitchell byddai'n cipio'r bencampwriaeth. Ond, fel wedys ti, fe gath Dai Davis y dechreuad da yna, ond mae Mitchell mae fe jyst mor dda, nag yw e?
Ie, mae e fel peiriant, ti'n bod, a dyw e byth yn gwybod pan mae wedi cael ei giro mewn ffordd, ti'n bod, fel wedys ti, y dechrau cyflym na oedd angen ar Dai, nath e popeth oedd angen, ond ti'n bod, unwaith, o'n i'n gweud yn sylwi beth, oedd Mitchell wedi ddarten gyntaf yn cwmpo'n bryn, ond unwaith ffindiodd e'r pwysau, a oedd e'n ffindio'r treble ugain a'n gyson, oedd e'n bwrw'r sgoriau trwm, a gorffen mor glinigol, I gymaru a bewel o'n I gyda rhiant, nath I methu dwble, Mitchell, bwrw'r 5 dwbl mas o'r 9 cyfle gath e, pan mae'n bwrw dwble fel la, mae'n anodd iawn I giro fe.
A mae fe just yn ffindo'r rhythm arbennig yma, fel o'n i'n gofyn David just nawr, mae fe mor anodd, unwaith mae Mitchell Lawry yn ffindo'r rhythm yna, mae fe'n amhosib I stopio'r gŵr ifanc.
Odi, achos yn amlwg mae'n rhoi hyder I Mitchell, ond mae am chwarae ar feddwl pobl fel Dair yna, maen nhw'n gwybod, mae Mitchell, mae ar un nawr. A mae'r beth tebyg i ni'n gweld gyda Littler draw yn y PDC, mae yna ora o gwmpas chwaraewyr tebyg yna, a mae Mitchell, mae'n curo lot o bobl nawr, cyn bod nhw hyd yn oed yn mynd i'r llwyfan yna, felly, mae'n rhywbeth ni wedi dod i ddisgwyl nawr, fel o'n i'n gweud yn sylwi beth y ffeinals ni wedi cael ar S4C dros y flwyddyn diwetha. Mae Mitchell wedi bod yn rhan fwyaf o'r ran y sengle, a sa'n gweld hynny'n stopio'n glo iawn.
Ie, ni wedi joio dilyn ar S4C hyd yn hyn. A just o ran, beth sy'n nesaf fi Mitchell Ory, mae fe dal just rifanc i gystadlu yn y PDC, felly mae fe mynd i fod o gwmpas y gylchdaeth yma am sbel fach. Ond i fi wedi clywed ti a Gareth a Rhys yn trafod, pan i ti mor ifanc, i ti'n gallu ware gormod, os na falle gormod o bwysau arno fe ar hyn o bryd, i fod y Luke Littler nesaf, fel ni'n gyd yn gweud?
Mae wedi gweud mewn cyfweliadau gyda ti o blaen, I don't want to be the next Luke Littler, I want to be the first Mitchell Ory, a mae hwnnw'n dangos aeddfedrwydd, ond pan i ti oedra yna, ti jyst moyn chwarae Ddartiau, mae'n trefeili'r byd, oedd yn Slovacia cwpl o thnosau yn ôl, teithio lawr i Gymru. Rhaid ni gofio, mae'n byw yn cornel o'r Alban sy'n bell o bobman. Ond, tra bod e'n ennill gystadlaethau, sa'n gyrru bod e'n moyn seibiant, os fi'n onest ydw.
A just o ran David Davies, wedyn ni wrth gwrs, mae'r rownder fynol yna i ddod yn erbyn yr Alban a Dynon Cymru. Pa mor bwysig yw yna, bod e jyst yn anghofio am beth sy'n newydd ddigwydd yn y rownder fynol yna a bod e'n canolbwyntio ar y ffeinal?
Dyna yw'r narratif, oedd wrth pob chwaraewr sydd wedi ware rowndiau cynderfynol a rowndiau terfynol yn y sengle, fi'n teimlo. Mae'r sengle yn cael ei weld fel rhywbeth o fonws falle, a wedyn mae'r cystadleuaeth y tîm, hwnna yw'r bwyslais. Ond David Davies nawr, bydd y ffocws ar dod nôl fyna heno. Byddwn ni'n gweld chwarae Mitchell unwaith eto, gobeithio. Gobeithio drwy hyn, ta dau deith mas o'n top, gobeithio.
I ni ffili aros tîm dynion a menywod Cymru wedi cyrraedd y ddau rowndiau terfynol. Felly dyma jyst i'ch atgoffa chi o'r amserlen am tua 6:45. Fe fydd y menywod yn herio menywod Lloegr wrth gwrs enillodd y bencampwriaeth y Merthyr Tydfil llynedd, a wedyn ni am tua 7:45 Dynon Cymru yn erbyn yr Alban. Fe fydd rheini yn fyw ar blatfformau digidol S4C, YouTube S4C chwaraeon gan gynnwys BBC iPlayer hefyd. Wel, o'n i'n sôn am yr holl gyffro fe gaethon ni yma nithwr, a nawr i ni'n mynd i ail fyw gêm hynod o ddramatig rhwng Dynion Cymru a'r Alban, ac i'n ymuno ar chwarae gyda'r Alban ar y brig, neu ar y blaen o 10 cymal i 8.
'19th leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
So 10-8 it is to Scotland in this final group stage match. Both teams are through to the semi-finals of the competition. So it's all about trying to top the group from this point onwards. Jamie Bain and Ewan Horall to the hockey. Scotland 2.
41.
Flew out the traps, had a 6-2 lead in this particular contest.
60.
But Wales are just beginning to work their way back into this contest, and it just feels like the ascendancy is beginning to push
94.
in the direction of Di Davis, Ewan Horall and co.
100.
Yeah, definitely. There are moments and purple patches for teams in this format.
99.
And it's all about...
Last score 137.
It's all about keeping the momentum going for both teams.
Scotland, you require 146.
So 146 here for Jamie Bain to move Scotland 11-8 to the goods. Couldn't find the second triple 19, which would have left it double 16.
Wales
So Wales here
127.
looking at 127 to put themselves to within a leg in this game. It's found the treble 20. It's got the treble 17. It's double 8. It's not quite there. But Ewan Horall.
Require 52.
Really good attempt from Horall. Bain then 2 darts at double 16. He goes inside. The young man from Wales will be coming back. And this would be an important hit. He knows. Steps back. Stays focused on double 8. In it goes. Welsh boys over the moon with that. The young man coming to the party.
Scotland, Scott Robertson. And from
absolutely
Wales,
brilliant there for his team.
Well, that is a 16 darter from Ewan Horall to bring it back to within 1. 2 on the spin. With Mark Challenger having won the one previously. David Davis now returns to the Yorkie to take on Scott Robertson, who's hoping that this little Welsh charge is nothing more than a little bit of a spurt. But David Davis is one of those players, isn't he, Scott? So steady, so dependable, so reliable. And Wales are going to have to rely on those qualities here, aren't they?
They are indeed. David Davis did lose out in his first game to Davy Kerwin.
20th leg, it's Wales to
win
throw
against
first.
Jamie Bain. His confidence should be high. He has the darts as well, which is always a bonus.
100.
Ton to get things started for Dai. As for Scott Robertson so far in this game,
41.
Won his opening leg against Liam Meek, did the same against Cloud Beaven. Lost last time out against Mark Challenger. So looking to get himself back on the board. Now this is the final leg from the 5th cycle. David Davis will be hoping that he doesn't have to play his 5th and final leg, because if that's the case, then we're heading the distance. But the problem that Wales have got is the room for manoeuvre as they get to this stage of the match. Really does begin to residualise to a point of close to 0.
Yeah, and start to get the knee tremblers when it gets to this point. It's not often that you're in such tight games as this.
Well, that the score in power pack, as you can see, 6-180 to Scotland in comparison to just the solitary 1 from Wales in this contest so far. But what a leg this is from David Davis, leaving himself on a 2-darter to get Wales on terms at 10 apiece.
133. Wales require 80.
That effectively halves the score for Scott Robertson. Double 10. 2 5s.
1 dart in hand. David Davis achieves it. You can see what it means to him. He brings his team back to 10 apiece. Being clawed back have Scotland.
21st
the closest game of the weekend so far. There's still a bit to go.
Well, when Scotland raced into that 6-2 lead, this was a barely believable concept, a barely believable prospect. But David Davis, well, he's deserved that little bit of libation, hasn't he? Relief. Back on terms. And now, Mark Challenger has an opportunity to give Wales the lead. They have not led at any point in this contest so far. But now, it's a best of 5. It's a 1-cycle shootout, in effect, in this particular contest.
100.
What's your assessment as we head into this final set, Scott?
Challenger has to do a captain's job here for his team.
100.
Clawed themselves back into the game on 2 occasions from trailing. And he has an opportunity to put his team in front for the first time in the match. He's been pretty solid in this game, Challenger. And this is the proof in the pudding that he's feeling comfortable.
140.
Well, that top 40 puts the Kerwin throw under all sorts of pressure.
99.
Scotland here, all of a sudden, they look as if they're in a world of trouble. They have dominated this game for so long, yet Wales have persevered. A few times they've threatened to get themselves back on the road, but now they eventually have. And they could take the lead for the very first time in this contest. Mark Challenger leaving himself on 1-2-1. And importantly as well, it'd be a breaker throw. They'd be 11-10 up, but they'd also have the darts in the net to go within one.
And you have to say, what a turnaround that would have been for the Welsh, but it's all about one leg at a time. Doesn't have to go downstairs 51 for ball with Baby Kerwin back
57.
on 185. Left 64. Kerwin now trying to make inroads into that to make life as difficult as he can
Wales require
for the Welshman. 64 incoming.
16 for double top. Just
44.
underneath.
Scotland, you
Well, this would be
require
some way to
125.
get Scotland back on track. 1-2-5 for Kerwin to put them to within 2. 19 scored, so 106 left. Couldn't take the finish out, so Challenger returning here for double 10.
55. Wales, you
To
require
get that break
20.
and to put themselves 2 away.
Takes his time. He knows the importance of this, does Challenger. Well, that's in double 6 and now double 4. Perfect marker. Used it nicely. The Welsh team take the lead for the first time. Super stuff from the captain.
From Scotland.
Great replay of the use of the barrel there, going down the barrel to go into the double.
Wales have their noses in front and they have their tails up. And to think that some people would say that this is a dead rubber match because both teams have already qualified throughout this group. There's no such thing as a dead rubber when you represent your country. And so, Liam Meek has an opportunity here with the darts in hand
Game on.
to move within a leg of victory. And he has the darts to do so
40.
against Jamie Bain, who so far in this game lost his previous leg to Ewan Horall.
100.
That's for David Davis and Mark Challenger. The only point that he's got so far was the first leg win to get Scotland off the mark against Beaven.
134.
Really important double treble visit there from Jamie Bain.
46.
Against the throw, he's now turned the throw. 49 in front plus these.
55.
Just over a ton in front. It's enough to make Liam Meek have a little think about what he's doing here.
39.
And that is what he could ill afford in this situation. Dart on the floor. Bain shuffles across the oche, trying to find that elusive treble. A good straight 6 leads in 1-5-2, so he's first to a finish.
99. Scotland, you require 152.
So 1-5-2 to get the break back. Shots off with the first, and didn't have to take it out this time. And 6 from this position, and will return for double 6 to take us to what will be
100. Scotland, you require
best of 3 shootout.
Yeah, really good setup from Bain and really well finished off. And you can see what the young man Mitchell Laurie thinks of that. We're back all square. 11 apiece. That man Jamie Bain will be a little relieved. Gone to 12-10. Wonder whether they could have pegged back. It's now a best of 3 shootout.
Well, prior to that, Wales had won 4 in a row. That just stops the rot. And because of the lead that they ascertained early on, still by stopping the rot, they find themselves in a very good position still. 11-all, all to play for. Robertson and Horsell next to the
23rd leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Taking out the 170 in this game. That's the highlight of the game so far. His final chance to affect the outcome of this contest.
125.
Well, that a really good start on throw there from Scott Robertson.
100.
But anything you can do, I can do better, says Ewan Horsell by piling in a max.
$77.
Well, he's not going to follow up.
60. $97.
Just needs the 1 treble. Here does Horsell to leave himself on a finish. The treble he has got. Well, he's taken out the 170 in this game. Is there any way, any chance he can add the 161 to that collection, to that catalogue?
60. Wales, you require 161.
He does. Wales will throw for the match in the next. Hit it downstairs with the first and able to find the treble 19. If he got that, it would have been treble 18 for the bull.
Yeah, 21 score.
Back to treble 20, that was the route to leave himself 120.
Could he? Tops for the 140. He's got the top for the 140. Scott Robertson has put Scotland to within a leg of winning this superb contest of Wales. And what a sumptuous finish that was from Scott Robertson. Ewan Horsell found the big fish earlier, but he's been hoisted by that ton plus petard himself.
Really classy shot there from Scott Robertson. And look at the appreciation from his teammates there. Welsh players in the background a little bit dumbfounded by the arrogance of the shot. But when they go in, and Robertson there back with his teammates. Super stuff from him. It's all down to Lou Beaven now to try and keep his team in it. And he struggled for points in this match. He really has. If he only gets 1 point in this match, he will hope and need it to be this one.
The captain, Scott Campbell, has an opportunity to see it home. Now he has to move downstairs from there. That was such a precarious first dart in the treble 20.
Flip side, Scottish captain Scott Campbell has the opportunity to get his side over the line. This is tense, nervous headache here. We've got you on the edge of your seats at home, because we all are here. It's bated breath time.
There's just something about Scott Campbell when he puts that Scotland shirt on where he just delivers. He's the Scotland team postman.
Just about to say the same. Nicely done there, Henry. The man that delivers. Or he could be the milk tray man. You're too young for that. You wouldn't understand that. It's an old advert.
More milkman, you. So 164 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. It's been the best game of this tournament so far. It'd probably be fitting if that was the scenario, if it was one leg to decide the destiny of this match. Doesn't have to go for the treble 18, isn't going to go for the treble 18 with
100.
Campbell all the way back on 200.
Yeah, nice ton all the same. He knows that he's going to return for this 64, but he'll be nervous. He hasn't found it easy this game, Lou Beaven.
43. Wales, you require 64.
64 incoming. Has a dart, comes and goes to level up. Scott Campbell now, 157 for him. It will be a mighty, mighty ask. He takes his time, focuses in. He's imagining that he's hitting this. He's seeing the darts going before he goes in. Now he goes in to try and achieve it.
He's not going to win it with a perler.
57.
So, double top to make it 12-all, to take us the distance. That's so awkward. Can he find a way through that? Yes, he can, and what a dart. And what a time to find a dart like that. We're going to go all the way. For the first time this weekend, we have a 12-12 tie break. And so the responsibility falls on the shoulders of David Davies for Wales and Mitchell Lawrie for Scotland. One leg to see who wins this match and who tops this group. What must both players be going through here, Scott? What must be going on between the ears right now?
Well, it's a game that I can tell you have to want. I've been in one of these last leg deciders before, and it didn't go my way. And we went out, and it was a semi-final game, whereas this is a group game, so a little bit easier to play because you know you're not going home. A lot more pressure to play it in the semi-final. But yes, it didn't go my way, and it took me weeks to get over it because it's your team, your country, the whole team, the shoulders of the team, it's just riding on your shoulders. The team outcome is riding on your shoulders, and you won't be in this situation very often in your darting career. That's for sure.
Have we got one last plot twist in this game? It's been a game littered with twists and turns. We've seen big leads from Scotland evaporated in this match. Wales have led just once. Scotland have been leading the way for most of the way.
57.
It's their young man, Mitchell Lawrie, the youngest member of their team, who shoulders and harbours the ultimate responsibility here. Triple leads him on a finish.
94.
Gets to triple 18, and what irony, the finish that is left is the 170 that Wales took out earlier on in this contest. And Ewan Horsall
140.
managed to reel it in.
Brilliant darts there from David Davies under the circumstances. He doesn't have the throw. Mitchell Lawrie has been put in this position by the management in case it came down to this last leg, because they felt he would be most likely to bring them home in this nervous situation.
60. Scotland, you require 72.
Should get a dart at double here from 72.
He's going to get two match darts at double six. David Davies watches on nervously. The Scottish team watch on nervously. One left. He's got the perfect guide, though, but he's unable to get.
Wales, you require 104.
And so David Davies gets one opportunity. One opportunity to win this game. He's got the 54. Can he get the tops? To win it in style. To win it with a top stopper. David Davies has done it for Wales. They have beaten Scotland in an absolute corker of a contest. It means they've won their group. And David Davies has delivered that vital final point. And my word, has he done it in some style? It's finished. Wales 13, Scotland 12.
Wel, os fydd rownd arfennol heno, unrhyw beth tebyg I honna I ni yn sicr mewn am gracr. Felly, just i'ch atgoffa chi o ran beth sy'n digwydd heno, I ni'n dechrau gyda'r menywod. am tua cwarter i 7 yn fyw ar-lein ar blatfformau digidol S4C Cymru yn erbyn Lloegr, a wedyn ni am tua cwarter wedi 8 Dynon Cymru yn erbyn yr Alban. A mae fe'n braf iawn cael cwmni un o chwaraewyr Cymru, Llew Beaven, reit i ni newydd weld Cymru yn dathlu ar ôl middi'r Alban nithwr. Faint ych chi'n disgwyl mlaen i hon?
O ne, mae'r gêm awn i fod yn un anodd iawn, ond ni gyd yn hyderus yn mynd mewn iddo fe. Perfformiadau ni gyd pnaw yma, sy'n byd yn gweud gallwn ni ddim ymlaen a ennill y teitl yno.
A ni'n gwybod bod yna chwaraewyr cryf iawn gyda'r Alban. Be sy'n rhaid iddyn nhw wneud i giro nhw?
Dwi'n gwneud just dachrau'n gynnar, dachrau'n gryf o'r dachrau. Ni'n gwybod beth sydd ar Alban, maen nhw'n mynd i fy mas yn gryf yn erbyn ni, ond dwi'n credu os dawn ni benna ennill y cwpl o cymalau cyntaf, rhoi nhw dan bwysau'n gynnar, fi'n credu byddwn ni'n mewn lle da fy mlaen i ennill.
Wel Llew, na i ddim garw ti'n hir achos mae eisiau ti fynd i baratoi, ond cyn i dynion Cymru wynebu'r Alban, wel, fe fydd y menywod yn trial stopo Lloegr rhag ennill y bencampwriaeth am yr ail flwyddyn yn ôl yn ôl.
Ni wedi bod yn mara'n dda, a fi'n credu bod hyder ni'n tyfu, a ni'r tîm i meiddi fi'n credu, ond gallwch chi byth dod i Lloegr lawr o gwbl, achos maen nhw'n tîm hyderus, a maen nhw'n gallu gwneud unrhyw beth. So mae eisiau ni canolbwyntio a mynd amdani.
If we all turn up, it should be an awesome game, and I'm hoping we all turn up and really show what we can really do.
I think you're going into a final, against any team, particularly England, you can't go in with anything but confidence. If you haven't got confidence, you're probably not going to do your best. So, I think the three of us, we're brimming with confidence. We've been brimming with confidence all weekend. It's brought us the result so far, and hopefully this evening it'll bring us a big result as well.
So we are expecting them to come out with all guns blazing, and hopefully we can stop them. And that's what I'm hoping for.
We won it last year, so to be able to come back and still be in a position to retain the title, I just can't explain what it's like putting on your national shirt. It inspires something different in you as a player. It's such an individual sport normally, darts, and this is a real bond, a real team event. So, yeah, to be still in the running, it's really important.
Ar ôl colli llynedd, o'n i eitha siomedig fel tîm fel o'n i wedi wneud llynedd. So, ar ôl ennill yn 2024, ni moyn eto, a ni'n gwybod beth ni'n gallu wneud, so mae'r sy'n ni Milan a wneud y job, really.
And we've played against them many times over the years, so we know that it's going to be a tough game, but hopefully we'll have enough on the day.
Wales 2026 Six Nations champions sounds absolutely fantastic, and hopefully, that's going to be what's called out on that stage this evening when we go and hopefully win the final.
Yes, dim ots pa gamp, pa chwaraeon yw hi, mae Cymru yn erbyn y sison wastod yn un tanllyd. Felly, cwarter i 7, menywod Cymru yn erbyn Lloegr, cyn i ni droi ein sylw ni yn ôl at y dynion. Ni'n eich gadael chi fan hyn nawr ar S4C, ond ymunwch gyda ni ar-lein ar BBC iPlayer ac S4C chwaraeon i weld os all Cymru cael ei coroni'n bencampwyr Ddartiau y Chwe Gwlad 2026.